Okay. Alrighty. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, October the 3rd, 2023. Sarah. All right, can we get started? Awesome. Should I get the gavel? Hey, sir, how's it going? It's been a while. We're live. Oh, yeah, everyone's looking. The whole city's watching this council meeting. All right, this council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are two exits beyond the glass doors there, and if those glass doors are obstructed, we have 4 exits here. And you'll be directed as to where to go. And please do not use the elevator. It'd be probably a bad idea. I'd also like to highlight that there's a defibrillator at the end of the hallway there if anyone needs it. We'd also like to acknowledge that today's council meeting is being hosted on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and we do thank them for their generosity and hospitality and the love and care that they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I do think it's incumbent upon all of us to unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, I guarantee you, we're going to build an incredible future full of prosperity and love for all of us and going out 7 generations. I'd also like to recognize the incredible contributions of all of our team members at the City of Vancouver. They're awesome. They care deeply about our city, and we're so proud to work shoulder to shoulder with them. That being said, Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Zhou. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to the council, or sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link for to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead will refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes and matters adopted on consent, 1 presentation, 1 communication, 3 reports, and I'd like to note the referral report was withdrawn, 15 bylaws, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today is we will break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and if needed, break at 5 p.m. for dinner, and return at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda if required. In-camera. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Thank you. Klassen, Dominato, all those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, minutes 1 are from the council meeting on September the 12th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay, would someone like to move a motion? Great, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the public hearing on September the 12th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move a motion? Great, thanks. Seconded by, great, Councillor Carr, thank you very much. It was moved by Councillor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yea. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting on September the 13th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? No. Would someone like to move? Great, thank you very much. Meisner, seconded by Councillor Carr. All those in favor say yea. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 are from the public hearing on September the 14th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, would someone like to move? Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Meisner, thank you. All those in favor say yea. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 5 are from the special council meeting on September the 27th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, thank you. Councillor Dominato moved, seconded by Councillor Montague. Thanks. All those in favor say yea. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have communication 1 and reports 1 and 2 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Report 3 is being held to hear the team member presentation that will include information on the signed bylaw amendment process. Council may adopt the recommendations for communication and reports 1 and 2 on consent. Does any member wish to hold the items for debate or questions to team members? And it looks like we have a couple. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'd like to hold reports 1, Accessibility Committee, and report 2, 2024 fee increases for rezoning.
So that was reports 1 and 2?
Yes.
I'm just going to get. So reports 1 and 2 are held by Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Montague.
Communication 1, council meeting schedules, please.
Okay. Communication 1 held. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. Pulling report 3, the signed bylaw amendment.
Okay. Oh, that's already held.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay, let's see where we are here. Okay, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? There are no consent items left because we held them all. All right. Okay, so sorry, turn that off. Okay, we'll go to the presentation. So we have one presentation for today, an update on the reimagined VPD School Liaison Program. Deputy Chief Fiona Wilson, EPD Investigation Division, is here to provide a presentation. Hello.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me this morning. So I'm very pleased to report that as of the beginning of this school year, our reimagined school liaison program launched, and our SLOs attended their respective schools throughout the city of Vancouver. Our team worked really, really hard over the summer to not only listen to all of the feedback that was received in the wake of the program being cut, but then to implement a number of changes to the program to address some of the concerns that were raised. For example, we procured an entirely new fleet of unmarked vehicles for the school liaison officers that also are all electric, which speaks to the city's goal of meeting expectations with respect to greening our fleet by the end of this year. But they also ended up in more casual uniforms. So they have a golf shirt with casual pants. They all got trained on new firearms as well so that they could have a smaller visual footprint, because we heard from students and staff during the process of the program being eliminated the previous year that the actual look of a military type uniform with a visible firearm was upsetting for some students. So in an effort to address that, we actually issued all of our school liaison officers smaller firearms that they're able to conceal with their new uniform. An MOU and an appendix was signed with the Vancouver School District, and that can actually be found on their website. I'm really excited to also talk about the people who actually make up the school liaison unit. They are some of the best officers that the VPD has to offer. Historically, this program has always been one that attracts some very highly qualified, experienced, well-respected members, and this group of individuals is no exception to that. We have four female members and 13 male members. They average 13 years of policing experience. The most senior school liaison officer we have has 25 years of service. And they represent a vast cross-section of the multicultural community in Vancouver with ethnic backgrounds that include South Asian officers, Black officer, Asian officers, an Indigenous officer, Hispanic officers, and they speak several languages, including Punjabi, Spanish, Cantonese, Tagalog, French, and Croatian. And they have some really incredible experience that they bring to the table. We have former teachers, we have a female Olympic gold medalist, former investigators with robust policing experience, and many who have spent a life of service with respect to coaching and mentoring young people. So if you have an opportunity to take a look at the MOU that's on the VSD website, you'll see that it really outlines the roles and responsibilities of the VSB, but also our school liaison officers and the Vancouver Police Department. There's a number of built-in mechanisms to measure the effectiveness of the program, such as an annual survey, which will be conducted and distributed to all students in the Vancouver School District that will be anonymous, where they can provide feedback about the program. There'll be facilitated discussions throughout the year in collaboration with the VPD and the VSD. And then in year 2, there's actually going to be an independent third-party review, and we've already started looking at procuring some researchers for the purpose of completing that review. It became very evident in the first week, actually, of school liaison officers being in schools that there certainly is a need. I'm happy to report, I met with our school liaison officers the first couple of mornings that they were back in schools, and I'm happy to report that they have had overwhelming welcome from teachers, staff, administrators, principals, vice principals, and students. We actually met with the principals and vice principals the week before they were scheduled to go back in schools, and they could not express more strongly how pleased they were with our school liaison officers going back into schools. And indeed, just in the first 2 weeks, we had some significant incidents that really spoke to the need to have these members in schools. For example, one student was approached by a student from a neighboring school, and bear spray was actually deployed in the hallway of the school, affecting not only the youth that were involved, but also a number of other youth that were in the hallways. Fortunately, a school liaison officer was literally just down the hall and was able to respond and provide medical attention and request EHS. All of the affected students were treated by EHS on scene, and the school liaison officer is carrying that file, consulting and liaising with the youth that were involved, their family, the schools, for example. We also had another incident in the first week, where a student posted numerous images on social media with a firearm. The principal informed the SLO, who intervened with the youth with what was later confirmed to be a replica Glock 19 airsoft pistol, engaged with the youth and their family, who turned over the pistol and is working with the school, the student, and the family to get to the core of what was going on in that particular instance. There's also been numerous incidents of related graffiti, very disturbing graffiti actually, at a number of different schools that appears to have been perpetrated by the same group of individuals or individual, and those are being investigated by the school liaison officers. We also had 2 students come forward to report that they'd been the victims of sexual assault at the hands of another student outside of school property and outside of school hours. The school liaison officer connected with both students and their parents for support, and the matter has now been referred to our special investigations section, our sex crimes and child abuse unit. One of the things that I'm hearing time and time again when I meet with the SLOs over the last couple of weeks is that there's almost a sense of schools, staff, and administrators and students waiting for school liaison officers to be back, because we've had this explosion of calls for service involving the school liaison officers and the schools. We suspect that there were, anecdotally, there seems to be a number of incidents that last year certainly would have historically included a school liaison officer, and police either weren't called or they were called very, very late in the incident. So by that time, it required a more significant police response to the school. So I'm happy to take any questions, and I'm pleased to report back on this really important program.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And yes, you do have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, thanks for being here and thanks for the update, Deputy Chief. I'm wondering, you referenced some instances of concerning graffiti, and I wonder if you are able or not to sort of share the flavor, the nature of those. I know that in Port Coquitlam and in Surrey, there have been some really concerning incidents of racist, hateful graffiti. I'm just wondering if you're able to give us a bit more insight as to what the nature of that was about.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was racist, hateful graffiti. It appears to have been at 3 different schools, at least. That was the last update I had. And it does appear to have been done by the same person or group of people. So obviously there's a very robust investigation going on with respect to that, including video canvases, neighborhood canvases, et cetera.
Okay, that's concerning to hear. And then the other question I have too is glad to hear about the welcome and appreciate all the steps that the VBD took in trying to strike the balance between supporting the concerns and public safety. Are the officers engaging with some of the students that raised concerns, or can you talk a little bit about that? Obviously, there was some different perspectives on this, although I think very strong support for the reintroduction of the SLOs.
Yeah, I mean, part of the objective when we started to reimagine this new program was to ensure that there's robust research and evaluation that happens in the wake of it, because there was a bit of an absence of that in the past. And so I can tell you that although those will provide perhaps more evidentiary information with respect to how the program's going and how kids in schools are feeling about the school liaison officers, I can say anecdotally that there has been a number of really kind of touching stories about these officers engaging with students who perhaps historically would not have done so, but being, being able to sort of make inroads with kids who weren't necessarily receiving them with open arms, but have since made comments just over the last couple of weeks, like, you're not the person that I thought you were, or I can't believe you're a police officer, things like that. So it'll remain to be seen in terms of the research and evaluation, but so far, anecdotally, we've had some very, very positive feedback, both from students and from staff. We had 1 or 2 circumstances where staff were a little standoffish to begin with. And even just in, the 4th week of the program, we're already hearing stories about more engagement with staff who in the first week weren't as likely to engage with the school liaison officers. So I'm very encouraged by that.
Okay, and then just one quick follow-up. When you do those surveys, assuming those results will sort of inform, ongoing practices or potentially kind of ongoing responsiveness or changes, will those results be shared at the police board? Will they be public? How will those be utilized?
Those results will absolutely be shared publicly, both at the police board and through the Vancouver School District. And we will absolutely be informed by what we learned from those surveys and from that research and evaluation piece. We actually were very thoughtful about being able to make any changes that were necessary to the appendix to the MOU. And you can see that online. It's actually written in a way, I think it's the last paragraph, that actually talks about the potential need to update the appendix as we move forward, as we learn more about what's working and maybe what's not. So there will absolutely be room for changes as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Joe?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Deputy Chief, for speaking at the council. Really excited to see the touching story and the positive change you just mentioned. My question is, there are still some misunderstanding in the community about this program, and I think some politicians, they are trying to take advantage of this sentiment and send misinformation to the community. So my question is, what is our communication strategy to make sure we send all those positive change to the community, let them know about this program?
That's a great question. We have a number of different communication strategies that will be rolling out over the first year in particular, but ongoing. For example, there's going to be a website. There'll be QR codes around the schools and around community that you can scan to gain access to that website that will give you more information about school liaison officers. One of the things that I truly believe as well is that one of the best ways to for people to understand the program is for our school liaison officers actually to get into schools and get into community, because they are an exceptional group of people. And I'm convinced that over time, if individuals who have concerns make an effort to get to know those people and the program, and of course vice versa, I'm really convinced that we will change the hearts and minds of those few people in our community who are still opposed to the program. So there's a number of things, like I say, the QR code with the website. I'll continue to update at police board meetings every few months and provide information about some of the important files and information about the program as it progresses and any changes we make. And of course, the research and evaluation piece, I'll make sure that that is available to the public as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. The other questions, I guess those communication will reach out to the racialized students as well, right?
Sorry? Oh, absolutely.
okay.
Absolutely. I mean, one of our big objectives, we recognized that it was primarily racialized students that expressed concerns about the program. And so many of the changes we've made and the efforts we've made with respect to training, for example, even the demographics of our school liaison officers, the diversity of them was specifically to try and address some of those concerns by racialized students.
Perfect, thank you. My last question is, I guess it's a general question. So what do you expect us as elected officials to do to send the correct information to the community?
Well, so one of the best things I think that you can do is understand the program and get to know the school liaison officers that are actually part of it. And we have a standing invitation for anyone who would like to come and meet them. And I know members of our police board did that last week and had a chance to just sit down and have an informal chat with them. They all work Monday to Thursday or Tuesday to Friday. And so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday mornings, they all start from the office at 7 a.m. At Gravely Street. So if there's anyone on council that would like to come and meet them and have a chat with them, you are more than welcome to do that.
That's great, I'd like to meet with them. Thanks, Deputy Chief.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Deputy Chief, for coming in today and outlining the changes to the SLO program. I was wondering if you could expand on why it's important for officers to retain a firearm. I understand they have a smaller firearm now, but just hoping you could expand on that.
Absolutely. And despite their new uniform, it does not preclude them from wearing their operational uniform. We did that because there are a variety of reasons why they may need to be in operational uniform. But for the most part, the feedback I'm getting is that they love the new uniform. It's very, very comfortable. I haven't seen any of them wearing anything but the new uniform with a golf shirt. But in terms of firearms, although it's not something that and I've spoken more about it in the last year, but it's not something that we historically have spoken a lot about. The reality is, if there were an active shooter scenario in one of our schools, for example, our police officers have to be able to respond to that, and time is of the essence, as all of you would know. We have not had an active shooter scenario in a school in recent history here in Vancouver. However, we have certainly interdicted on a number of occasions situations that were definitely moving in that direction. So, for example, we have done warrant entries on homes where a student has lived because of information we've received through the school liaison officer that they have posted things on websites or chat groups or social media that indicate that they have a clear plan with respect to doing harm to other students at schools. And we have, in those circumstances, seized real firearms and interdicted what could have been very, very concerning incidents. So, I think that obviously we hope that that never happens at one of our schools in Vancouver, but I think it would be a mistake to not train for that and plan for that. And quite frankly, if our members were in a situation where there was harm being done to students or staff in a school and they were unable to respond because they didn't have appropriate force options, they could potentially be held to account for that under the Police Act for neglect of duty. So although we tried to strike a balance with the firearm, we recognize that for some students, they found the appearance of a firearm concerning and upsetting and could be triggering to them. So our compromise for that was to find a firearm that's smaller, that can be concealed, but frankly is still just as effective.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That's very reassuring, given the scenarios that you outlined. My other question was, you mentioned an explosion of calls to SLOs. Can you give us an idea of how much that's up from when the program was in place previously, just like a percentage, if you have it?
So it's been, I don't actually have the percentage, it's only been 4 weeks. What I can say is that we are tracking those calls very, very carefully. So I can certainly get back to you and the rest of council with those numbers. But we have been, we put a mechanism in place because one of the things with the previous program was it was actually quite difficult to quantify in the wake of the program or when the program came into question. And so, and part of that is because the school liaison officers do so much informal work in schools. They chat with students in the hallways. They, run basketball programs at lunch. They'll go into the classroom and teach, do education with respect to online bullying and harassment, for example. So those things historically hadn't been tracked as well as they could have been. So what we've done this time is we are tracking every call for service, every call that comes through the SLO, every call that comes through 911. So I can certainly get those numbers for you, but I can tell you there's no question. One of the school liaison officers, that those numbers have gone up. One of the school liaison officers actually said to me the other day, he said, "Ma'am, I feel like people have been waiting the past year to report some of these incidents that in some cases had been growing and gaining ground over a number of months, concerning incidents between groups of kids that were with respect to bullying and harassment and things like that."
Yeah, I know on council, many of us have heard those concerns as well. So thanks very much for your presentation and taking my questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much for being here. Can I move for a second round of questions just
Sure.
in case
We
I
have a
get them
seconder.
in?
Great. All in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Great. Second round. Approved.
Thanks again. So my first question is, I'm hoping you can speak a bit more about the training that's offered in the new program and including what some of the nature and content subject matter of the training is.
Absolutely. We took a very, very close look at the training that school liaison officers had, and they had the training that you would expect for an officer doing work like that. They had cultural competency training, they had trauma-informed training, but we really wanted to increase their training, particularly with respect to cultural competency. So, for example, one of the things that we've engaged in is on-the-land training through our Indigenous liaison officer, Rick Lavalley. So a number of the members from the youth services section have actually gone to do a sweat with him during the summer, at the beginning of the summer before the fire ban was on. So we're going to continue that on-the-land training and training that actually encourages or requires our school liaison officers to interact with individuals and groups from a variety of different cultures. In addition to that, we have taken a close look at some of the training that was already in place to try and increase that. And a lot of that has to do with trauma-informed practice, training around diversion and the diversion principles that are in the Youth Criminal Justice Act. So the training has greatly expanded, but we've tried to be very focused with respect to cultural competency.
Is there specific training that they receive on youth mental health, for example?
Absolutely. So our youth services section includes the school liaison officer, youth services, and also our mental health unit. So not only do they work together on a daily basis, but there is a course, and I can't recall the name of it off the top of my head, but there's a youth mental health course, and it's all tied in with communication with youth and also that trauma-informed practice.
Okay. I thought I remembered hearing that under the previous SLO program, there wasn't any specific different training that they received. So if I
There is now.
Okay, if I follow up, can I get a bit more?
Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Absolutely. In fact, I can provide you with a list of exactly what training it is.
That would be great. Thank you. I also had heard that the SLO officers don't have badge numbers. Is that still the case?
No, our SLOs, just like any other police officer, has a badge that they're issued when they start with the
And a
Vancouver Police Department,
visible-
and they have a number associated with that.
Okay. So if a student has a concern, there's a visible badge number they could use
Yep,
to be able to follow up.
absolutely.
Okay. The BC Human Rights Commissioner, or the Office of the BC Human Rights Commissioner, raised a number of concerns about the program. How have those been addressed in the new update to the program?
Yep. So one of the concerns that the commissioner actually raised was a lack of research and evaluation of school liaison programs here in Canada. We've since had a study out of Edmonton that included thousands and thousands of students and administrators. That's very helpful. And it's a sort of study, research and evaluation we hope to replicate, and that's actually embedded in the MOU as a requirement for the new program. So I think that was one of the biggest pieces of takeaway from the Human Rights Commissioner's comments, is that we really do need to focus on robust research and evaluation, and that's something that's built into the program now.
Is that like an independent third party?
Absolutely.
Study? Okay, and that'll be made public on an annual basis, or?
So it's required to be completed by the second year of the program, but as I say, we've already made inroads to start working on that. With the Vancouver School District. It will be a collaboration between the VPD and the school district. So I would anticipate, if anything, that it will be completed prior to that 2-year mark. That's my goal, for sure, to have it done as quickly as possible.
I have a couple more questions that I'm not going to fit in my time, so I'll go back on the list.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. Nice to see you, Deputy Chief, and belated congratulations on you guys cracking the cold cases in the investigations division. I think
Thank you.
spectacular work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with my limited understanding of school liaison programs and high school policing and that kind of thing, looking at best practices elsewhere, they seem to frame it around community-oriented policing. And I know, just reading from our own community policing centers, it talks about community policing centers are operated, staffed, and governed by members of the community, working in partnership with the Vancouver Police. Does that model translate into this new reimagined school liaison program, and how are we working with communities?
So that's a great question. I mean, we're primarily working with the school community because those are the people who are most impacted by the school liaison officer program. And I would say that, it's one of the reasons why we felt very strongly about the school liaison officers still being located in the schools, because we truly want them to be a part of that school community. And as I've said many, many times in the past, the last thing that we want is for the presence of police officers in schools to make anyone uncomfortable or afraid. And, so our focus is working within that school community, and that includes, of course, parents, and administrators, principals, vice principals, all the staff, and of course the students themselves. I think that the public awareness is important from a community perspective as well, the broader community, and that's why there's some of those steps that I previously spoke about with respect to trying to make sure that the community understands what our SLOs do and the purpose for them being there.
So is there an opportunity, I guess what I'm asking, is there an opportunity for like a school board structure with, say, administration, parents, students involved in an operational kind of, similar to how community policing centers work?
Yeah, so I mean, we're more than willing to look at any other suggestions for change. One thing that I did forget to mention, though, is that there is a steering committee that has been put together, and it's with senior staff from the schools along with VPD, and they will be meeting monthly. I think they've already actually had their first meeting to talk about the development of the program, how it can grow, any issues that arise, how those issues are addressed. And that's in collaboration with the Vancouver School District, and the VPD as well. But certainly that's something that we could look at. We're open to any suggestions at this point with respect to making the program more effective, but also to ensuring that the community at large understands what it is the school liaison officers do and what their purpose is.
And just to put my stamp on it, because my own experience with the Strathcona Community Policing Center, like they really embarked on a bit of a different trajectory, working with restorative justice, more lived experience, Narcan training for members and that kind of thing. And I think that there may be an opportunity to tailor this approach differently in different schools, working with community in that sort of community policing model. Follow up to this now, and this is a bit of a thorny one. I understand the African descent committee has not been supportive of this, and they're claiming that they haven't had a voice or a vote in this process. Can you speak to that, or?
I sure can. I think I can tell you that we met several times with the VPD African Descent Advisory Committee, and I would say that the VPD has a very, very good relationship with that committee, to be frank. And I've met with the co-chair of that committee a number of times, and unfortunately, I don't think she or the committee are ever going to agree with having police in schools. I completely respect that perspective, and it's just a difference of opinions, to be frank. I think in terms of consultation from the VPD side of the house, like I say, we met with the African Descent Advisory Committee on a number of times for several hours. Each time. And in one case, we just listened. They actually brought in somebody who they wanted to speak about police officers in schools. And we sat and, listened for 2 or 3 hours to their perspective. So I feel like between the VPD and the VPD African Descent Advisory Committee, there has actually been good communication. We're not always going to see eye to eye. And this is one of those circumstances where we don't, unfortunately. However, the co-chair and the committee members know that I'm always available to have further discussion about the school liaison officers and the program to answer any of their questions.
I'm sorry. We're at time, Deputy Chief, sorry, but there is a second round, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation, and it was a very useful update from my point of view. I want to pursue the line of questioning that I think was started by Councillor Boyle around children with challenges, youth with challenges in school, and particularly around the prevention of, if at all possible, and I think it is, of experimenting with and ultimate addiction to drugs. We know that in many cases it starts in school. And I was grateful to have worked with Mums Stop the Harm. And I do have a booklet here, I'll give it to you at the end, but that I produced with the councillor's budget. That it's shocking in terms of how many youth were simply isolated. They had maybe a learning disability or they had a physical disability. They felt isolated and they were trying to support somewhere and ended up with the wrong group of kids. So what's the focus in the school liaison officer program on identifying risk in terms of the potential use of and addiction to drugs?
So I think that's one of our primary focuses. And, the school liaison officers, they are working on a daily basis with those very kids that are identified as being the most high risk. And, that's why in the wake of the program being cut, we heard from countless, literally hundreds of previous students who said, I was on a bad path, and it was my school liaison officer that helped get me sorted out and really changed the course of my life in many, many circumstances. Drug awareness, drug education, harm reduction, those are all very, very important pieces of the school liaison program. That ranges everything from those one-on-one conversations with kids in schools to the presentations that they do in classes. The school administrators, the teachers, the principals, the vice principals, they know those kids that are struggling or that are having a hard time. And, it's those very kids that the school liaison officers are there for. I'd say that's a very, very important, almost a primary concern of the school liaison officer program.
I had heard in the previous iterations prior to this reinstatement of the school liaison officers that there was a lot of involvement of the officers in sports. And my understanding is that involvement in things like sports really make a difference. Are they still involved in those kinds of things?
So they will be as we move forward. What's really interesting about that is when you think of school liaison officers being involved with kids in sports, you might think of, the kids who would naturally be engaged in those sports in any event. But what we saw was, like, for example, through the Windermere Running Club, and I heard from countless students and parents who were part of that program. These were kids who had never previously been engaged in sports and had never been part of a running program or any other sports program at school in any event. So it's not that our school liaison officers are going in and working with the kids who are all inclined towards sports in the first instance. We actually have one of our own staff members whose child ended up being involved in the Windermere running program. And she said, I couldn't believe my son was doing that. Like, he had never shown any interest in sports in the past at all. And now he's running 10K, on Sunday mornings. So sports will still be a very important part of it, but we also heard from students in the consultation phase that they wanted police officers in their classrooms with respect to, giving presentations on drugs, for example, or online bullying and harassment. So there will still be SLOs that are engaged with sports, but we're hoping to expand that so we capture some of those kids who just under no circumstances would be involved in a sports program.
Those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. You mentioned the SLO oversight committee between the VPD and school administrators. Are those public meetings with minutes?
So it's a steering committee. I know it's not public. I'm assuming they'll take minutes. But it's a steering committee to deal with any issues as they arise, but also to look at the research and evaluation and see if there's changes that need to be made to the program. And that will be largely informed by those mechanisms that I spoke earlier about and by feedback from community as well. The steering committee is actually embedded in the MOU as well. So if you'd like any further information on it, you can actually read who's appointed to that steering committee in the MOU.
Okay, great. We have enough of our own reports. I don't often get to read the VSB ones, but I will look at that. And so if that steering committee is taking some minutes, presumably those, we get questions sometimes about how people can find out more about this or that. Those minutes would be, how would somebody access those minutes?
I don't think they would be accessible, only because they will be discussing individual kids and situations that are emerging at schools, and we wouldn't be able to publish those meeting minutes.
Okay, fair enough. What are the protocols for interacting with students who don't want to interact with an SLO officer?
So we've tried to make it very clear through it's in the MOU, and I know that when the Vancouver School District did their media release, we made that clear as well. And I believe in correspondence to parents that under no circumstances is a student required to interact with a school liaison officer. There may be one or two exceptions to that. For example, if they've just been involved in a crime and they're being arrested. But on a daily basis, there's no requirement that a student engage with a school liaison officer.
Okay, and in a situation like, and forgive me, I don't know much about the sports programs or the running club. So if there's a running club that's being run by the SLO officer,
It's completely voluntary
okay, but
for
it
students.
just means a student who might be interested in running, but has for whatever reason not nervousness or whatever about interacting with the SLO officer, they're just not then participating in the running club.
So the running club's a great example because it is completely voluntary. If there's a student who's interested in participating, they're more than welcome to do that, but there's no requirement for them to. And honestly, once again, it comes down to students and staff and administrator getting to know these people who are SLOs, because I think that people who are apprehensive will be very, very pleasantly surprised. Like these are people, like I say, who are former teachers, who are incredibly diverse themselves. But there's certainly no requirement for a student to engage with an SLO if they don't want to.
Okay, I just have one more question, which is how the SLO program is making use of alternative dispute resolution or restorative justice practices.
I'd say that is sort of the backbone of the program. So not only is there dispute resolution and diversion requirements under the Youth Criminal Justice Act, but there are situations that our SLOs are becoming involved in where it's very clear that a criminal justice approach is not warranted because there could be mental health issues or issues with family or a whole myriad of other things going on. And the last thing we want to do is introduce a youth to the criminal justice system when it's not necessary. So I would actually say having the school liaison officers there results in less likelihood of a student being engaged in the criminal justice system because they get involved in incidents early so that they can engage in dispute resolution processes, as opposed to like last year where situations would carry on week after week and get to a point where the school is calling 911 and we had a uniformed response. And we're hoping to avoid those sort of circumstances with school liaison officers in the schools now.
Okay, and that hope, which I share, that it would mean less interaction with the criminal justice system for students, that's the sort of thing that will be looked at in the independent study. So we'll have numbers to back up what that experience is.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the pieces of research we did look at in the past, and we found that over a 15-year period, the number of students that ended up being charged with a criminal offense was 23 by school liaison officers. It was very, very, very low. It's not the same experience as you may have in the United States, where you could perhaps reasonably argue that having police officers in schools results in the criminalization of students. It's exactly the opposite here from our experience, and that was some of the more robust piece of evidence we were able to demonstrate in the previous program.
Okay, appreciate it, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Excuse me. Thanks, Deputy, for the presentation. I think most of the questions have sort of been asked, but I was hoping you could expand a little bit. I think there may be this idea that schools are like Disneyland, nothing happens there. So I was hoping you could expand a little bit. You touched a little bit with the active shooter issue, but I'm wondering if you could expand a little bit more on the prevention and deterrent aspect of school liaison officers, especially when it comes to things like drugs, gang activity, child exploitation, sex trafficking, that sort of thing.
Yeah, there's no question that schools, unfortunately, are an environment where all of those things do take place. And I'll give you an example recently of a human trafficking file that we worked at the VPD, where a young girl was actually recruited in her school in Vancouver by another student who attended that school. And went on to have a horrific experience being trafficked across this country, quite frankly. Those things do happen in our schools. And just a few examples I was able to give earlier today, and I'm looking forward to having more statistics once we get a few more months under our belt with the school liaison officer program. But there's no question that having a police officer on site is a deterrent. And when it's not a deterrent, at least it provides an immediate response, as was the case where bear spray was deployed in the hallway. You know, the school liaison officer was around the corner. That won't always be the case, but it sometimes will. And in that case, we were able to respond immediately, get medical help, conduct the investigation, and get things under control quickly before they got more out of hand. Having a school liaison officer in school, we know that kids wander into their office and will talk about an incident over the weekend where they've been sexually assaulted, for example. We see that, quite frankly, all the time. And I look forward to providing you some statistics with respect to that as we move forward with the program.
Thanks. I look forward to seeing some of those statistics as well. I think people will be shocked by what is happening in our schools at times.
Well, and if I just have another minute, you know, one of the things we've heard from principals and vice principals, when I was telling you about us meeting them the week before our school liaison officers went back into schools, they indicated that last year was a nightmare for them, that they had so many instances that either simply weren't addressed or were addressed by a call to 911. And by the time they're calling 911, you know, things have got really, really, really serious, because we recognize that having armed members in full uniform storming into a school, perhaps totally necessary given the circumstances, but definitely not ideal. And so if we can avoid situations like that by getting ahead of incidents before they become that serious, that's really our goal. But there's no question that those principals and vice principals said last year was a nightmare for them.
Thank you.
Great. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so I've sort of expressed my interest in that sort of community policing governance model, and if there's an opportunity there. The other one that I'm curious about is how are we diverting kids from the criminal justice system, like taking a role as sort of the restorative justice approach, knowing that kids will be kids and do stupid things that obviously we don't want to stigmatize them or saddle them with any kind of criminal record at a young age. Is there an active piece to this that talks about restorative justice and intervention to keep kids out of that stream?
Absolutely. Like, one of the requirements under the Youth Criminal Justice Act is that we look at options for diversion, for sure. But I would say on a daily basis, and some of the examples I gave you today really highlight that, the school liaison officers will do everything they can to avoid introducing a youth to the criminal justice system. So that may be working things out with the youth themselves and, you know, depending on the circumstances, if there's a victim involved, but also engaging with family, engaging with parents, engaging with perhaps a community center, that the staff at a community center where that youth might go on a regular basis, figuring out what it is that is at the core of the youth's problematic behavior and trying to address that. That is absolutely one of the most important pieces of being a school liaison officer. And as I was saying earlier to Councillor Boyle, we actually have demonstrated evidence that our school liaison officers historically were able to divert students away from that criminal justice system with that incredibly low rate of charge requests over that 15-year period. And I have no reason to think that that won't continue. In fact, we've really doubled down on our efforts to make sure that our school liaison officers understand that whenever there's an opportunity to divert a youth away from the criminal justice system, depending on the circumstances, like I say, you know, we had a report in the first week of 2 students being sexually assaulted. That is not something that we're going to divert from the criminal justice system. We're going to do a fulsome investigation through our sex crimes and child abuse unit with respect to that. However, the airsoft pistol that the student was displaying on social media, that school liaison officer engaged with the principal, the vice principal, the student, the parents, the family, to try and get to the heart of what's going on with that particular student. So, and that happens every day in that kind of environment.
I guess what I'm getting, is that a mandate, or is that just sort of the practice?
It's absolutely a mandate, and it's all contained in the MOU.
Okay.
In terms of the
I'm gonna look up
expectations.
that MOU, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Deputy Chief.
Great. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just one final question. I wonder if you have any intelligence on the cost of the program too. So we have budgets coming up at the city.
So the overall cost of the program historically has been covered by our internal VPD budget. However, There is significant cost associated to the program being disbanded and then bringing it back online. So I don't have the actual numbers, Councillor Carr. I can certainly get those for you, but just to give you an idea, we had to order 15 brand new vehicles for the school liaison officers. They all needed new firearms. They all needed new uniforms. So there is a significant cost associated to getting the program back up and running for sure. And that's outside of salary dollars, of course.
Yeah, sure. It would be great to have that budget so we can start thinking about that in advance of the overall budget.
Sure, I'll make sure that you get that information.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Deputy Chief, I just want to thank you for coming in and giving us a very robust explanation of what's going on. And, wearing my other hat as board chair of the police board, I've seen the thought and the effort that's gone into it. So thank you very much. Personally, I've had a ton of firsthand experience growing up in South Van and East Van, and I can tell you the school liaison program, saved me. So I do want to bring up one thing, and I know this is a really heavy week for everyone in law enforcement with RCMP Constable Rick O'Brien being murdered. And I know it's tough in general because more police officers have been murdered in Canada in the last year than in the history of this country. And I just want to say we're behind you 100%. We get to live the lives we do because you put yourselves in harm's way. And I know this is a really heavy week for not only the members, but all the families as well. And just want to say we're so thankful, to Councillor Montague's point. We don't live in Disneyland. That's just the reality. And so very thankful for all of your efforts.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so as there's no report or recommendations, this concludes this item. Okay, next we have communications. We will now consider the communications held for questions to team members. We have communication number 1, 2024 council meeting schedule that was held for questions by Councillor Montague. I guess we don't really have to disclose any conflicts there unless someone has rearranged my sock drawer. Anyways, would someone like to move the motion? Yes, great. Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Okay, is there any discussion? Councillor Montague?
We're having computer issues here, Mayor. Yes, so relatively supportive of what's in the communications here, but I did circulate an amendment to the clerk. I do want to support with the exception of public hearings, and I've hopefully detailed that in the report or in the amendment.
Okay, is there any discussion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, I don't know if we have to move to an amendment queue on it. Ask a question of the mover of the amendment, which is to understand why. I'm not opposed to this, but I remember a pretty heated and lively discussion when this council only a few months ago changed the procedural bylaw to move the start time up until 1, and my memory is it was because of how much we care about housing, and so I'm curious why just a few months later it's being proposed to move back to 6.
Great.
Mike? So yeah, basically, I think the change has been a little problematic with both councillor schedules and stakeholders. The change to 1 o'clock, while it was hoped to solve some of the issues that we were facing, I don't think it's worked as well as we believed it would. So I think a change back would be beneficial.
I have a follow-up question, which actually might be to the city manager. I'm wondering what that means. We have sometimes had had public hearing overflow meetings when we haven't finished in time that have then started at 1 o'clock on a reserve time. And I know in the last council, there was some debate about whether we could have overflow public hearing at 1 or those also had to start at 6. I'm just wondering where that lands with this kind of back and forth.
Thanks, Councillor. That's a good question. I think in the past, looking at the work, that we had always started public hearings at 6. But maybe you can correct me, Katrina.
Yeah, so the start of a public hearing, so right when it begins would be typically 6 p.m. in the past. Continuation times were at the discretion of council and aren't listed in the bylaw.
Okay, that's helpful. I don't have more to say for now. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just to go on record supporting Councillor Montague's recommendation amendment here. I think that this is the right thing to do. The change to 1 o'clock quite disadvantaged folks who didn't have the privilege to attend in the middle of the day, folks who worked, folks who have childcare issues and the like. And so I think that this is a fairer approach, and I'm glad to see this reversal and going back to 6 o'clock. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Montague.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, first, I have through you a question to staff, and that is, if that change does pass at council, which I'm assuming it will, will it mean that meeting reserves, which are now some of them starting later, or we don't have as many at 1, will it probably mean moving meeting reserves back to 1 o'clock, just out of curiosity? I just checked the thing, and in many cases, meetings reserved started at 6, public hearing at 1, in the current schedule that's in our binders. So will it just mean the switching of those typically?
At this point, there are 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. reserve times in the proposed schedule.
No, but what I mean is if we change public hearings from 1 p.m. So for example, on April 11th, on February 29th, on May 30th, on June 13th, it's public hearing 1, meeting reserve 6. Am I going to make an assumption that'll probably mean meeting reserve 1, public hearing 6?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. But we'll take a look at that, and if there are any additional changes or recommendations, then we can bring it back at the future
Awesome.
meeting.
Thank you. And like Councillor Fry, I'm going to state my support for this amendment. I did state my concern at the time that the change was made by this council to move to 1 p.m. public hearing starts, because I heard loud and clear from the public that is hard for many people who work to be able to attend. So happy to see it return to 6.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I think sometimes we try things, and we should be that type of council that sometimes we'll try some things, some improvements, and they'll work. And other times we need to be flexible and reconsider, just like we heard the ongoing responsiveness in the SLO program. I do think that the time of day is important for not just the public, but for councillors to be able to fully participate. But honestly, I think that it's not just the time that they start. We need to schedule as many public hearings as we can to get as much housing through and approved as we can. And so I would welcome being here a bunch more evenings. Not that I love being here in the evenings. I had a lot of experience the last term. Some of the other councils will remember that. But if we're going to get the housing through, then we actually need to kind of ramp up our game in getting that housing through the rezoning and the permitting processes and in front of council. So I think to me, it's about flexibility with that goal in mind. And that I think is the bigger piece of it. This is a procedural piece. I think the bigger piece is getting as many public hearings scheduled as we can. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick comment only to say that I think that these changes, which I will be supporting, are part of an overall suite of amendment sort of changes that we made to procedure bylaw. I do think that our engagement with the public has to be an evolving process. Yes, there are clear times that we're going to be hosting different types of meetings, but I think that we saw through the pandemic and since that people's ability to access time to be able to kind of communicate via online is been a huge game changer. It's allowed for a lot more flexibility in people's ability to participate in the public process. And so, again, I'll be supporting this, but I also do think that this is something that I'll be quite comfortable reviewing as we move forward to see if there are any other changes needed over time. Not that I'm telling our city clerk that that's coming. It's just that I think that it has to be an evolving process, and I'm glad that we've been able to make some changes. But clearly, this one was one that I think we need to revise backward. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the amendment queue, why don't we put it to a vote? A reminder that any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. All right, and the amendment passes unanimously with Councillor Bly absent. Okay. Back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle?
No,
Oh,
that was all.
we're all good? All right. So then, I guess, sorry, clerk, do we put this one to a vote as well now, as amended? Or is... Okay, so why don't we put just report 1 as amended to a vote? All right, report 1 passes unanimously with Councillor Bly absent, as amended. All right. Okay, before I get started on the next item, I do want to introduce or welcome 26 students from Vancouver's second best city in the, Canada's second best city in the country. Did I get that right? No, I'm just kidding. We actually like Toronto. I'm kidding. That's a Vancouver joke. We're pandering to the electorate here. But we have a bunch of students from Toronto Metropolitan University from the planning program. So is David Cooper here? No? All right. Oh, there he is. Anyways, welcome. And I hope you guys have a great time here. All right. So the next item that was held was report number, or sorry, that was communications one that was approved. The next item that was held was report number 1, accessibility committee designation and remuneration by Councillor Kirby Young. So before we get there, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? No? Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, you held the report?
Yeah, I did. Thanks, Mayor. And I held the report because I wanted to move an amendment, but I'll provide some context around that, an introduction. And that is that I'm really pleased and excited to see the accessibility work being elevated through the provincial requirement. And what that does, I think, is provide significantly more weight to the work of the persons that will sit on the accessibility committee in terms of elevating their issues. They will now report directly to council, unlike our current advisory committee. They will receive compensation in recognition of the time and efforts and perspective that they are contributing. And they are also sort of have a statutorily enshrined responsibility, which I think, given our commitment to being an age-friendly city, to being an accessible city, is really important. And so as we have changed, and we've just had conversations around the importance of adaptation this morning, which seems to be a bit of a theme around the council chambers, I think it's a good opportunity, particularly since there's some overlap with some of the work of the current Persons with Disability Committee, to enable that conversation around where the overlap is and what that looks like, especially recognizing that there's a suggestion in this report and around the terms of reference that there be some members of that committee that represent on the new one. And so I think there's an opportunity to, in terms of respecting the amount of time and effort that people are putting in and making sure that we have the right channel to bring forward the concerns so that they are fully supported by council. But I think it makes sense at this point because we've had a lot of morphing. We had the Accessibility Task Force. We've had the Persons with Disabilities Committee. We now have this provincially mandated committee. And so the spirit of this amendment is to ask staff to have those conversations around the level of interest in sitting on the new provincially mandated accessibility committee that does have that higher sort of standing or weight, if you will, in terms of their ability to make direct recommendations to council, which advisory committees don't have that sort of same level behind them now. In terms of their categorization, and then to come back to council with recommendations around what that conversation was at the committee and if there's an opportunity for changes or not. And so that's really the spirit of the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just hoping to ask a question through you to staff on the amendment. My understanding, Councillor Klassen and I are the council liaisons to this advisory committee, and not the accessibility task force, but the older people and elders advisory committee, and the task force was already discussed there in terms of who could be part of it. So I'm just hoping to ask a question through staff about the amendment, which is just my understanding is that those conversations are already happening.
Okay. So, good morning, Mayor Sims and councillors. Yes, we've had discussions with both PDAC, older adults, elder persons committee, and the existing accessibility task force, and they all agree that a newly formed accessibility committee is needed, and the primary mandate of that committee is to oversee the implementation of accessibility strategy. The task force that helped guide and develop the accessibility strategy expressed feelings that it'd be a lot of work to put on the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, because the main job of that committee is to keep the city accountable to the accessibility strategy.
Okay, I really appreciate that. And I apologize for my confusion. I saw the look on your face, Councillor Klassen. I am the we are both the council liaisons on the Older Persons and Elders Advisory Committee, and I am also the council liaison advisory committee, and both met last week and both were discussing this task force, which is great, and I know intentional. So, Mayor, I just have a follow-up question. Through you to the mover of the amendment, which is I'm just trying to understand the language in the second piece about additional direction to report back before the new open call of the advisory committee. Is the intention here to be looking at whether we should have a Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee if we also have this provincially mandated committee? Or I'm happy to support the amendment. I'm just trying to understand where this is going, in part because I will likely get asked by the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, and I want to make sure I'm communicating your clear intention when I answer those questions from them.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, I got to interrupt for 1 sec. Before we get there, I'm going to stop the timer. We technically don't have an amendment on the floor yet, so what we have to do is we have to move a motion to report number 1. So do we have a mover for report number 1? Thank you, Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those.
I'm the mover, I think, because I'm interested.
Were you the mover?
Oh, for the report or the amendment?
For the report.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then you're moving.
Okay, great. So that's moved. Now we're in discussion. Now we're back in the amendment queue. It's kind of a question. Now we're in the amendment queue and okay, so now we need someone to move the amendment. That was Councillor Kirby-Young. Then we need a seconder, then discussion. Is that right? Seconded Councillor Montague. All right, now we're in discussion. Councillor Boyle, sorry about that.
That's okay. We're all a bit confused this morning, so I don't need to repeat it. I'm just hoping to understand
Sure.
the goal here.
Yeah, and thanks, Mayor. You're now a procedural rock star. That is, thank you for that. Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think it's twofold, Councillor Boyle. I think part of it could be that do we need the committee moving forward, but it could also just be clarification around the mandate of that committee, given the fact that we now have the other task force. And I think that, you know, out of respect and fairness for the amount of time that members contribute, how is their role different? Does it make sense? Does to overlap or not, et cetera? And so I think given anytime we have a change like this, we shouldn't just sort of carry on and, you know, looking for not having confusion there. And that's why I wanted the committee to have the chance to have that conversation and give us that feedback.
Okay, so not looking to disband the committee, looking at how we make
Not-
best use of everyone's.
Not ruling that out. That could be one option. And it could be clarification too around this is what the Provincial Accessibility Task Force does. And this is what's remaining that we think is separate and distinct for the committee.
Okay, appreciate that clarification. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, if I could ask a question through you to the mover of the amendment. My question is this, I'm wondering why you've only included the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee and not also included the Older Persons and Elders Advisory Committee, given that in many, many cases, both those committees appear before council on issues around accessibility.
Yeah, it's a good question. I thought about that one. I think because of the direct linkage, we certainly could potentially include the other one as well. These committees, as you know, sometimes are really focused on specific tasks and sometimes they deal with a broad range of issues. Older Persons has a number of interests with respects to things like senior centers or affordable housing or other components. And so, you know, as I said, it can be quite broad, but it doesn't preclude necessarily including it. It was just, it seemed that that was the most direct potential interconnection and overlap.
Sorry, thank you for that answer. In consideration of the fact that I have heard many people from the Older Persons and Elders Advisory Committee and previously the Seniors Advisory Committee come to council to talk about accessibility issues, I've submitted an amendment to the amendment because this is calling for just asking people on the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee whether they're interested in sitting on this new provincially mandated committee, that we should approach both committee members.
So can we go to the
Amendment Q?
amendment queue? Great, awesome. So are there any amendment Q2? So are there any questions or discussion on Councillor Clausen?
Just to say that I'll support Councillor Carr's amendment to the amendment. I think it's not a bad practice for us to engage with that a very active committee on this.
Okay. Thank you. So are there any other questions or comments for Councillor Carr?
Well, I'll just go back on to say, I think I've seen more people from the formerly Seniors Advisory Committee now, elders, sort of Older Persons and Elders Committee. I've seen more of them come to council than I think from any other committee. So you're absolutely right, Councillor Clausen. And thanks for your support on the amendment.
Great. So seeing no one else in the queue, let's put the amendment to the amendment to a vote. Great. And the amendment to the amendment passes with Councillor Bly and Councillor Dominato not present. Okay, so let's go back to Amendment Q1. Is there any other discussion? So clerk, do we put that one to the amendment? Yeah. All right, so we're going to put the amendment as amended to a vote. Right. And once again, that the amendment passes as amended unanimously with, with Councillor Blind Dominato not present here. Okay, so now we go to the motion as amended. Is there any discussion or comment? Councillor Carr?
No, that's a holdover.
No, that's a holdover. Okay, great. So why don't we put the motion as amended and amended to a vote? Great. And report number 1, accessibility committee designation and remuneration passes unanimously with, Councillor Blind Dominato not present. Okay, so the next item we have is report number 2. 2024 fee increases for rezoning, development, building, and other related permits. And that was held by Councillor Kirby Young. So now, I guess, Councillor Clerk, do we have to move, get a seconder? No, on number 2. It was held. Number 3, yeah. Move number, okay, so, Councillor Kirby Young?
Yeah, I'd actually like to move alternative consideration D and speak to that. I can do that now.
Okay, great. So before we go into discussion, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? No? Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. Can I get my clock restarted? Thanks. Yeah, I just want to provide a couple of observations here. Obviously, housing is a hot topic right now, and it's one of the biggest challenges that we are facing. We typically at council have a regular process of adjusting fees every year to deal with cost of living and cost recovery, and there has been a practice and principle, or an intention, I should say, that there is cost recovery on the development fees, and that developers are paying sort of their way, so to speak, for development. But what we determined and learned through one of the recent Auditor General reports, which is, I think, one of the benefits of council now having its, City of Vancouver having its own independent Auditor General, is that there was about, I think, $11 million in a given year that was left on the table that we were not cost recovering. And so that went against that principle, and the recommendation from the Auditor General was that there be an analysis and that be done and reviewed. And there's references in this staff report here. There's 2 options provided in terms of potentially doing a smaller increase over 2 years as opposed to stepping it out. I think the principle here is about right-sizing the fees. We are well aware that we do not want to be adding to the cost of housing, but we also, again, as I said, want to have developers pay for development. And if we're leaving in any given year $10 or $11 million on the table, if you think about that over the last number of years, over a 4-year term, for example, that could be close to $40 to $50 million. That's a lot of money. And that means that the residents of Vancouver are paying essentially the developers' fees because they're not paying their own freight. The percentages look a little bit more significant, but in terms of actual numbers and dollar value, it's not particularly significant. I think that this is really about right-sizing the fees, as I said, a one-time recognition of this sort of extraordinary situation that we've identified and found ourselves in. And I appreciate the work that staff have done in response to the Auditor General's report to bring the options forward as to how we get to that level. It was also really noteworthy and important to me in this report to see that the review that was done in terms of a comparison to other cities put Vancouver in a pretty good light relative, not just to other comparable cities like Toronto or Calgary with similar kind of urban development profiles, but also in our own regional comparisons with Burnaby and Surrey. So we are not sort of expensive or leading the way, especially when it comes to residential housing. And I think that's kind of an important context as well. So that is the rationale for moving the alternative recommendation 2, is that we are kind of being responsible with the taxpayer funds, and that we're sort of being clear around what the principles are behind this. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. And you, there are a lot of people lining up for this one. All right, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I would also like to support moving alternate recommendation option 2. I think to Councillor Kirby Young's point about the Auditor General's analysis of these fees, we've seen that the city's leaving money on the table Some numbers for you in terms of the cost recovery. There's a deficit of cost recovery of 57% right now for development fees. That's a massive number to me and represents millions of dollars that the city is leaving on the table because we're undercharging on these fees. For rezonings, it's a 63% deficit. So for me, this is about balancing the need to deliver housing while also ensuring that we are charging enough to recover our costs as a city in order to process these applications. And also, we are competitive with these proposed fee increases with other major cities across Canada. So I feel confident in alternate option 2. And just further to that, option 1 would not achieve full cost recovery next year, but option 2 would. And I think that's the responsible thing to do for Vancouver taxpayers.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, also inclined to support this. Let's pull the Band-Aid off and get that full cost recovery now. I think it's also worth noting that, oftentimes these permits will not necessarily be paid all up front, and they're staggered as the project progresses. So we'll put a lot of pressure on trying to achieve this sort of first half by doing it before the 2025 deadline. So I think this is a more appropriate approach. I do recognize the challenges with the elimination of the municipal assist at Metro, and that's something that I actually argued against when I was on Metro in the last term. And that's a separate conversation, but I do recognize that, per our own Auditor General report back, that we've left money on the table that we have not done full cost recovery. And I think as this council has expressed interest in improving the permit process and the speed at which they're delivered, I think it's commensurate that we should also be ensuring that we're getting full cost recovery so that we can improve our permitting process and have it paid for. And so I'll support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks, Chair. I too will be supporting the alternative option number 2 for the reasons that have been outlined here. I just think it's important to understand that with the deficit that we've been sort of carrying on this one, it does accumulate over time, and I think being able to get full cost recovery on this one is going to be important. We've been given some numbers here that show that the actual difference on a base cost would be in the 3 figures, so not very much relative to the overall development of a unit of housing. So I'm inclined to go there. And I also just think that we have to be very sensitive. Of course, the whole discussion around development charges gained a lot of media attention in the last couple of weeks. We have some work to do, certainly at Metro, with their cost recovery process. And I know that as Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, that I've tried to be as vocal as possible about the need to do a proper economic testing for any kind of charges, because the last thing we want to do is to deter or slow down development of new housing during a housing crisis. So once again, I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I also want to support option 2 in this report. Well, I think first of all, the difference between option 1 and option 2 are very, very small. So I think we just received the number from the city manager. The difference is about $400 per unit. So I don't think that would, hurt our affordability because of that $400. I think the second, this permitting program has been historically under recovering cost, as a few councillors mentioned, as we saw from the Auditor General's recommendation. And this option 2 will, achieve the full program recovery in 2024. And this proactive approach demonstrates our commitment to the responsible financial management, and achieving full cost recovery ensure the financial sustainability of the permitting program. It could also reduce the reliance on the reserve and provide a more sustainable financial footing, reducing the need for the future fee hikes. So I think this is a very responsible approach for the residents in Vancouver. And also compared to other municipalities such as Toronto, this study indicates Vancouver's current fee structure is relatively low compared to other municipalities. So option 2 align with these fees more closely with those of similar cities, ensuring a fairness and a competitiveness of the City of Vancouver. It's a strategy to address the financial gaps in Vancouver's permitting program while positioning in a more sustainable and a competitive future. So yeah, I think this option to really support a responsible fiscal management, and also benefiting both City of Vancouver and its stakeholders, as well as most importantly, will benefit the residents of the city. So I'm going to support option 2.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Yes, Mayor, if I could, through you, ask a question of staff. Sorry, we didn't have a presentation, and I would. Is that okay? Ask a question of staff. Thank you. So I am interested in knowing what staff consider to be the advantages of moving to option 2, or disadvantages. Like, what are the pros and cons of going with the option 2? And if you have any intel on the comparability of those fees vis-a-vis other municipalities, which Councillor Zhou mentioned, I'd be appreciative of that info too.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Option 2 is full cost recovery, which obviously is the goal and the stated goal of council. The perceived benefits of option 1 is that it spreads it out over 2 years, so the impact of just the change for the industry and giving them a little bit more time. And that's really the big difference between the two. Of course, that means that we would be using reserves. So, so if you wanted it the other way around, the option 2, the downside would be a high % increase for permits in 1 year.
Mm-hmm. Did we do any consultation on this?
There was discussion with UDI, yes.
Oh, there was. Okay, that's good. Yeah. I know we always consult on fees at the time of budgets, but I'm happy.
Yes, so it's not a surprise.
That's great.
And then on the benchmarking, and I'll have Connie, you correct me if I'm wrong, generally, and it was more of a market sounding than a detailed benchmarking, but what we found is on the rezoning area, when you compare it to large cities like Toronto, we were lower. And then in the and with development permits as well. And then and then it was a mix on the other side, where we were similar to the BC municipalities. In some cases we were higher, in some cases we were lower.
Okay, great. Those are my questions, and those are appropriate answers. That's what the information I need. Mayor, I just want to state on the record now that I will be, well, for the rest of you, he's busy. I will state that I am going to support the amendment, and I think that we all want to see the recovery of our costs through fees. I'm just going to remind all of council that whenever we get a report back at the time of our budgets, fee increases have always been a preferred method of seeing if any kind of increases to cost recover our operations, come forward. Residents have preferred fee increases, so I'm, as I say, in support.
Yeah, I just, thanks. I appreciate the dialogue around the table. I just wonder if I could ask a follow-up question of staff through you, Mayor. And that is, I referenced that the Auditor General report had indicated there was about 11 million left on the table in 2021. I think it was 11.9 million. I'm wondering if staff have an estimate of how much money we've left on the table in the last few years, and what the total deficit that we've been running has been.
Yes, I can. I'll give you an approximate. For the last 2 years, we were cost recovery up until the last 2 years, which is when the decision was made to smooth out the increase. Let me start again.
Sorry, I can't hear you. There's two conversations going. Could you repeat that for me?
Yes, we were doing full cost recovery up until the last 2 years, and that was when we had a number of investments in improving our turnaround times, et cetera, and council at that time chose to mitigate the increases as well. So we still had increases, just not to full cost recovery. And so it's about approximately 11 million in each year, right? So about $20 million that we've used from reserves to fill that gap.
So we had to pull from the reserves that we had also depleted for COVID by $20 million in order to offset the deficit?
Yeah.
Okay.
which we'll look to, now that we're cost recovery, we'll look to continue to replenish that reserve.
Okay, and then had we also had an issue that potentially we could be underreporting that deficit because of the sort of longer cycle of development? So people are paying fees up front. Sometimes their processes were taking place over a couple of years, and what we estimated that we thought would be the cost ended up being more because of the amount of time as to when those applications were completed.
We are doing, one of the recommendations of the Auditor General as well was to do a multi-year view. So we are looking at the revenues over multi-years and the costs. So we're pretty comfortable with these estimates. Certainly these fee increases are going to kind of roll in over a couple of years as well, right? Because we've got a lot of our current fees have been paid and the work is still in place. So we're pretty comfortable that we factored that in.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's all an estimate, of course, but
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I did have another question, Mayor, if I could, through you. And that is in terms of generally looking to full cost recovery on our fees. Is that the direction that we are taking as a city?
For a number of our fees within the Vancouver Charter, we are allowed to cost recover, but not recover above that. So you can't charge more for a permit fee and then use that to fund tax-funded services like VPD. Other services fees, we are allowed to charge a market rate or, and we do that often through licenses, and sometimes that's to incent behavior as well as perhaps revenue generation. So it's a mix depending on the type of fee.
Okay, that's great. And this particular recommendation does come via report of the Auditor General.
Sorry?
This recommendation does come out of a report to us by the Auditor General, our Auditor General.
Yes, it was highlighted by the Auditor General. It is something that we've highlighted as well, that we are under recovering, so it was a council decision. But it aligns with the Auditor General recommendations, yes.
Got it, okay. Yeah, well, especially given that I think having an Auditor General, Mayor, is a good idea for the city. I'm very pleased to see that, that he's been in place, and I think following recommendations makes sense from a council point of view.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also want to ask a question to staff through you, Mayor. So I just want to ask a clarifying question. So I think this report say that option 2 will still use reserve, $7.7 million on the reserve. I just want to understand that number better. So that's a temporary use of the reserve will be replenished by the year end. Is that right?
Yeah, it takes a while for those fees to take effect, so there would be a gap in the first year, and then it would get replenished as over the multi-year window that we're forecasting.
And for that $7.7 million from the reserve, do we know how much time we need to get back to the reserve?
It's a 6-year.
6 years.
6 year, yeah. But of course, every year we'll come back to council and you'll make another decision on the fees as well. So that's based on the decision today. And then depending what happens over the next year with fees, costs, revenues, projections, that will come back to you again.
Okay, thanks. That's really helpful. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to close on the moving the alternate recommendation just by saying that I think it's really important to note that if we have left about $20 million on the table, that equates to, conservatively, I would say, to a minimum of 2%, maybe 2.5% on property tax. And that means that taxpayers were picking that up. And I think that that's a pretty significant point to underscore there. And we had to dip into our reserves, which is also challenging. Our reserves are at an all-time low after COVID, and we need them to be healthy and robust. We can't be subsidizing again development to that degree, and we need to ensure that we have healthy finances for the city. I think you have the opportunity to close on the motion if you moved it. So just finishing that, so I think, sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. So I think that that's really healthy and important for the city. And the third and final point that I'll make is that this is why we implemented an Office of an Auditor General for the City of Vancouver, because it enables us to have transparency and a really clear third-party external look at our practices. And at the time, we did a lot of research of Auditor Generals across cities in Canada that had them. And the majority, part of the rationale for implementing that it was, that office was an initial cost, but over time, those off that AGC Auditor General Office would find savings. And so I think here it's really important to note that essentially that's what they've done here, right, to the tune of $20 million. And so I think there's a number of intersecting values around making this decision, and I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
One else in the queue? It looks like we are putting report number 2 to a vote. In particular, looking at alternative D, option 2. So if we can go to the voting panel. No.
Sorry, I believe point of procedure, it needs to be moved with recommendations B and C. So it's alternate D and B and C. Just want to clarify that.
Okay. Request to speak, Councillor Klassen.
Chair, just for my own clarification, are we, is this voted as an amendment or the actual original report that we're voting?
It's a main motion.
It's the main motion. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So is that, you're up again?
I'll take it off.
Councillor, okay, you're good. Okay, so are we all clear as to what we're doing? So we're voting on the main motion with, just so we're clear, we're voting on the main motion, alternative D, option 2, which is full cost recovery. Is that right? Oh, great. Okay, so if we can please go to the voting panel. Councillor Carr. Great, and so the it passes unanimously with Councillor Bly and Boyle absent. Great, thank you very much. So the request to speak.
And I'm just wondering, Councillor Kirby Young raised the fact that she had extra time because she moved the motion. Would you please seek some clarification from the clerks as to how that works in terms of time? Do you get extra minutes? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that. So if we could get some clarification.
Thank you.
Councillor, under section 8.9, a council member who has moved a main motion may reply for not more than 5 minutes. And that's typically at the close of when everyone else has had their turn. That's only on the main motion, not on an amendment.
Okay,
Motion.
so they can speak 5 minutes in moving the motion and 5 minutes at the end. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Good to have on public record.
I learned something there as well. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
We are on to item report 3. So I just was going to.
Okay, I'll leave you on the queue. Let me just stop your timer. Actually, can we please reset Councillor Klassen's timer? Okay, so the next item is report number 3, 897 Granville Street, signed bylaw amendment. Just bear with us. We're playing a little bit of Tetris here. So does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? No? Okay, so now we have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability, and the legal department here to provide a presentation and answer any questions that council may have.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just confirming you would like the presentation, or we could skip right to Q&A.
Like to see the presentation?
Right, let's see the presentation.
All right.
Doug. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, or good morning, sorry. I'm Jason Olnek, I'm the Director of Development Planning. I wanted to provide a little bit of background on this report and process before we do the presentation, because believe this is the first sign bylaw presentation we've done with this council. Applications to amend the sign bylaw require the approval of council, and they also require council to refuse them. So it's not a delegated authority. However, a public hearing is not required. This is not part of the zoning and development bylaw, and only council can amend the sign bylaw. This application is to amend the sign bylaw permit for a rooftop sign on Granville Street, which is within the Granville Refresh District. Sorry. The report recommends refusal of the amendment based on the current policies and practices, staff analysis, public notification, and past precedent. We want to note that this is a rooftop sign. Rooftop signs haven't been permitted in Vancouver since the 1970s. In particular, this also recommends that the Granville Street Planning Project be completed first. That's targeted for mid-2024. So that process will include a comprehensive sign district, which will go with that. So that's about 6 months from now. This report is expected to address special signage in the district, as I just mentioned. Sorry. So for this, council can accept the recommendation. Council can direct staff to amend the bylaw. We've included a draft bylaw in the report. And you can also provide us with direction by referring it back to staff to do further study with the applicant. Mehdi Anafar is going to present for us. He's a development planner. And as mentioned, we have legal here. We have Granville Street Refresh team here and senior development planners, as well as Doug and myself, to answer questions.
I'm sharing through Mix. Yes. Can
Presenter, could you make it full screen, please?
Would you guys like to take 2 minutes? Yeah. All right. Well, we take a couple of minutes to get set up here.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Mehdi Ainefar, Development Planner. I will be presenting the sign bylaw amendment application for 897 Granville Street. Outfront Media proposing an electronic static image sign with third-party advertising on the roof. The building is located at the corner of Granville and Smythe Streets. The report recommends that Council refuse the application. There is a number of items that do not comply with the sign bylaw. Electronic signs must be at least 30 meters away from a dwelling unit. The intent of this regulation is to reduce impact to residents. The proposed application is 21 meters from SRO dwelling units across Smythe Street. Roof signs are not a permitted sign type in the sign bylaw. Third-party advertising is not permitted in this case. Electronic signs must be at least 15 meters away from traffic signals. This sign is 5 meters from the traffic signals. In addition to the non-compliant items, this application is made in advance of the ongoing council-approved Granville Street Planning Program. This program will include a comprehensive review of the sign bylaw to create a special sign district for Granville Street. The new sign district will emphasize the vibrant character of Granville Street. Staff are recommending that the applicant wait for the results of this program to inform a sign application on their site. The results of this program are anticipated to be presented to Council approximately mid-2024. Thank you very much. The staff team are available to answer questions.
Great. Thank you very much. So Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of our team members, and there are questions. So Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, just a question about the agreement that we have with these advertisers. with regards to making available advertising space and time for public benefits. So essentially advertising the city of Vancouver would provide. What are our kind of typical opportunities there in terms of being able to use that space?
There's no standard percentage, it's case by case. Um, In this instance, the council does not have to amend the sign bylaw and could seek to establish a higher share. But this is likely beneficial to better our policy process than this forum. It would set a precedent for roof signs. But in terms of the percentage, that can be negotiated. I would refer to legal for more details if you require.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, it's Grant Murray with Legal Services. I don't think that there's a standard, but they are negotiated on a case-by-case basis. I should point out that during this process today, the applicant, I understand, is here, and they'll be entitled to speak to this as long as they want, and that they'll be, you're entitled to ask questions of them. That's a little part of the process that wasn't set out in the PowerPoint, but it's an important aspect of this. But my understanding is that it could be subject to some negotiation as a result of there not being any requirement to enact the bylaw at all. So that would be our leverage, is say we won't do it unless you do these certain things. I think there might be a limit to that. At a certain point, the city would sort of be taking on its own programming, et cetera, and that may enter into some property rights that I'd have to think about a little more carefully. But I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with asking for greater than 10% or less than 10%.
Thank you very much. And just with regards to the Granville Street planning processes as identified as a reason to refuse this, what's the realistic likelihood of a final plan in terms of kind of timelines? Are we talking about several years? I'm just wondering if just whether this if we could move to have something in place during the interim while a lot of that planning process proceeds.
Thank you, Kirsten Baylor from Community Planning. We are currently working on an urban design framework that includes a signage and lighting strategy. And the current timeline is that we're anticipating coming back to council in Q3 of 2024 with the signage and lighting strategy as part of everything else, and with the necessary sign bylaw amendments that we would be proposing to council at the time. Because we're still working on the urban design framework, and we would like to take that back out to our stakeholders and the public early in the new year. I don't think that we can really speed up the sign bylaw amendments for the Granville Street program more than the rest of the program.
Okay, thanks. And just one quick question with my time left about the time that the sign would be lit up. I know that it's talking about going to 11 p.m., but would it be possible to reduce that by to like 10 p.m., for example? Can we make that as a requirement?
Yes, those terms can be requested or negotiated for sure.
Very good. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. Remind me what is there now? The Champs store is no longer, is it totally vacant? And if so, what's planned for going in that location?
I believe it's not operational at the time, it's vacant.
Okay, and are there any plans for what's going in that building at this point?
From my discussions with the owners, no, there's no plans.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about negotiation of the 10%. With that negotiation, potentially, could we include other types of profit sharing, such as a monetary percentage, rather than just a use of the advertising time? I understand extended use of the advertising time would cause us to have our own programming and that sort of thing. Instead of additional advertising time, could we look at
Yeah,
profit
sorry, it's Grant Murray again from the Law Department. One of the things about the Vancouver Charter is that it does not authorize the city to regulate the content of a sign, and I'd have to carefully consider at what point we would be in fact doing that if we were to ask for a dedicated time slot and put on our own advertising. But as I understand it, the current community broadcasting isn't heavily regulated by the city about what goes into it, but there's certainly a gap in our we are not allowed to regulate content. And to the extent that we control a private property, I think that there is an argument at least that would be coming. So that could perhaps be part of any further negotiation or a discussion about the limits on that. But I think that runs into a little bit of a problem at some point. I don't have a great answer for you now, but I could certainly think about it more carefully.
But the profit sharing, instead of say asking for...
Well, I think that's where the profit sharing, I think that presumably we would be involved in more content regulation. That's, I'm assuming that those would be related.
We could,
but,
so we couldn't do...
I'm not aware of any time that we've done that so far, where we've said, in order to approve your sign, we want a cut of the sign revenues. And that raises some issues for me.
Okay.
But they could be addressed if that was necessary in some, either a memo or a report back.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Great, thanks, Mayor. This sign is a block from another very large sign, much bigger, on two corners of the building at Robson and Granville. So I noted that one of the rationale for refusing the application by staff was that it's only 5 meters from a traffic signal. The other sign is also right beside a traffic signal. So just wondering what the difference is.
Well, the regulation is clear on that. I guess on a case-by-case study, the engineering department looks at those. And the bylaw is clear.
Mm-hmm.
So
an
in that
exception
case, yeah, it's
made
been
at
an
that
exception,
time.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that one also predates the current sign bylaw,
Okay. When was the sign bylaw last updated?
enacted 2017.
Okay. And that sign has been enlarged since 2017, correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
I'm not absolutely sure.
I live a couple blocks away.
Yes. very
Yeah,
close.
so, okay. So my other question is around the billboard sign piece. So it says, third-party advertising is generally only permitted on a billboard sign. Is that like a paper billboard, like where they paste up the ad? Is that what that means?
Yes, generally the definition of billboard sign, this sign does not fall into that.
Okay.
And because it has to be self-supporting and attached to the ground or attached to a building parallel to a building face.
Okay.
And a certain size to be considered a billboard. And third-party advertising is only allowed on a billboard.
So it's because it's on a rooftop.
Yes.
And it has third-party advertising. That's what makes it different from the Robson Granville one, because that one's on the side of the building.
That one is on the face. The other difference that here we have is that location, Robson and Granville, is a location where it's more pedestrian dominant. So billboards are more towards pedestrians, rather, like the purpose of it. And here we don't have a close-by plaza or gathering area. It's rather a busy street with cars passing by.
Okay.
Vehicles, yeah, rather than pedestrians. So that's kind of one other difference.
I don't know if you know this offhand, but with that Robson Granville sign, I know there's city advertising on there. Do you know what the share is currently that we receive?
The detail of that is 10%.
That's a 10%. Okay, great. Other question was around the roof sign piece. So if this was on, let's say that building was 3 stories tall and this was going to be on the 3rd story on the side of the building, would your recommendation to refuse the application be any different?
If it was 3 stories and it was on the site, no.
Because of the traffic issue?
Because of the traffic issues, the residents specifically that are across the street, the SRO, that would be one of the main reasons. A sign type of roof sign is not defined in the bylaw. That's one of the main issues we have. So if it was a roof sign, it would, no matter how many stories, it would still be not, defined in the sign bylaw for us to consider. But as a fascia sign, it would be limited in size.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a billboard size sign if it was, let's say, on the 3rd floor on the face.
And this is a billboard size.
And this is a billboard size. Yeah, it's much larger than fascia sign.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also curious around the traffic implications, and I appreciate that Councillor Meisner brought up the one by the Winners, but that is significantly higher up. That's about 3 stories up, whereas what we're talking about is about 1 story up. And recognizing that Smythe and Granville is about a block and a half from where a little girl was killed by speeding cars. So I recognize that there's an inherent kind of issue. Can you walk us through what the issue is specifically with illuminated signs and traffic signals in close proximity? I think we're talking 5 meters.
Driver distraction, I believe, is the main. I mean, engineering would be better to respond to that question, but my understanding is driver distraction.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. So in theory, if this sign was higher than, like, raised up by 10 meters, it would be within compliance and less of an issue. But the fact that it's not going to be raised up by 10 meters and it's so close to the actual illumination of traffic signals where we have high-speed one-way traffic going in a pretty busy pedestrian realm.
Yeah.
That poses, okay, I can appreciate the risks in that, and I do want to acknowledge, the plight of baby Ocean, who was killed just close to that location. I also, looking at the bylaws around the illuminated sign at the Winners, there was also, not only was there a 10% piece for community programming, but there was also a money for the city to actually offset the costs of programming the sign for the city. So the city got free airtime, but they also got money to program that airtime. I don't see that contemplated in this proposal.
The related department within the city, we inquired about that, and their response was that because this is not a sign that is allowed, we don't look at that now. If this sign is approved, they will evaluate and negotiate those details.
So this sign proposal could come back theoretically, and then even like raising the sign, if we were to maybe give direction to raise it up 10 meters so that it's not in conflict with traffic lights, come back with, a more robust proposal to offset programming costs for the city.
Well, technically, because it's on the rooftop of this 1-story building, it's hard to raise it like in this instance, unless it's a redevelopment of the whole site. Yeah, but in that sense, if a sign is approved, then that can be, all those details can be negotiated with the city.
Okay. I think I can leave it at that. I am worried about precedent as well in this sort of approval of a one-off while we're engaging in a planning process. But the safety concerns around the traffic light really trump everything for me, and I'm supportive of staff recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up because I appreciative of the Granville Street planning process that's underway. I know that originally that was envisioned to take years, and now staff are doing an expedited program, and that work is happening. So I just want to get some clarity in terms of specific questions around what is going to be included in the signage and lighting strategy that's coming back by Q3 next year that you referenced. And so I know that, for example, there's a lot of articulation, the report of public support for neon, for bringing back kind of the exciting neon history and legacy and enthusiasm of Granville Street, et cetera. But can you say, in that report that's coming back next year, there are 3 specific components. So will that deal with signs for individual businesses? I think of like the Hotel Belmont that came forward last council that was designed specifically to advertise their business and was meant to kind of reflect the neon history. I voted to overturn that one. Council decided at that time not to do it. So we'll include individual businesses as well as third-party advertising that we're talking about here in the signage bylaw review, 1. 2, are we envisioning kind of an approach and bring back to allowing neon to kind of revitalize that legacy and history? And 3, will it also include an overall revenue share discussion on third-party advertising as opposed to if we accept this one-off sign, which is just time? Will that have potential for a council to consider a broad requirement around third-party advertising to bring money into the city?
Okay, I'll start with 2. We certainly have heard to date that more neon and revitalizing some of the older neon signage in our first round of engagement is something the public really and stakeholders really want. So it's definitely something we're exploring. Would you mind repeating number 1? Is it about
Number 1 is,
specific
will it
signs?
include guidelines around individual businesses and their ability to promote their own businesses and type of signs? And what we're talking about today, what I see as a different category for third-party signage where it's a proponent like this selling advertising.
Yes, it would include definitely advertising for businesses that are on Granville Street, and so that would be included in the scope of our sign and lighting strategy. And for the third part of your question, we are looking at a public benefits directions. It's not going to be a detailed public benefits strategy because it is such a small area, but we are looking at public benefits directions. We have not yet discussed whether signage and revenue from signage would be part of that. I think we would have to take that back and discuss it more broadly with colleagues.
Okay, but public benefits, broadly speaking, could be time allocation for using for public service announcements or vendors or public art or whatever the case is. It could be revenue back to the city of Vancouver. Is that the scope of what public benefits could be?
I think we can explore that. It's not typically something we've done in our public benefit strategies, but I think it's something now that this is for discussion. I'd like to take that back and discuss further.
Okay, and maybe I can ask one quick follow-up sort of related question. In our broader relationship with proponents like this that provide our outdoor street furniture, for example, are those relationships structured where they have the right to do third-party advertising on city streets? So for example, they're providing street furniture and then they have the opportunity to have bus shelters or billboards, and then does the city receive revenue off of those?
I would have to answer.
Doug Smith, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. Regarding the street furniture contract, we don't have anybody from engineering here, but yes, we do receive revenue through that contract.
So we have a precedent in terms of an existing relationship.
Correct.
But this one is structured differently. This would just be space, no money.
Pardon me? I
This
didn't
would
hear
just be space in this particular proposal that the proponent's bringing forward, but not money to the city, just space.
that. It's the location and the type of sign, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So my question is, for that 10%, how much, how can we make decision of the time of the 10%? Is there any decision we can make, or we have to receive whatever they allocate to City of Vancouver?
Negotiation.
Sorry, it's Grant Murray from Legal Services again. My understanding would be that council would have to be satisfied with the proposal. And if it was 10% and you weren't satisfied, then you could vote it down. If it was more than that and you were satisfied, then you could approve it. But that's just a subset of the whole sign discussion here. One of the things that is very important is that there are no other rooftop signs in the city. And this would be the first time that there would be a rooftop sign approved in some considerable time. In fact, in the 1970s, the Vancouver Charter was amended in order to allow the city to remove rooftop signs. And over a period of some 40 years, that was a goal pursued by many councils in the past. This council could certainly depart from that, but that's an important aspect of this. Rooftop signs have not been permitted in the city for a considerable amount of time. And we're one of the few, we're in fact the only local government in the province that can render signs non-conforming in order their removal. That was specifically given to the city in the 1970s. So that's an important aspect of this whole consideration as far as the law department's concerned. We went to the Court of Appeal in 2001 and won on a ban on rooftop signs.
I see. Okay, so my question is, let's see, if we are satisfied with the 10%, can we pick up the prime hours of the day instead of receiving whatever hours they allocate to City of Vancouver?
What was the alternative? I'm sorry.
Like the prime hours, like during the peak hours, so we have more traffic to see
I
the
think it would be
10%.
subject to negotiation if you wanted to
So
say.
it is possible.
You get 10%, but it's prime time, 10%. I don't know why that couldn't be contemplated, but at a certain point, this does run into us programming somebody else's sign, and there's concerns about that.
I see.
But
Okay, thank you. The other question is, let's see, if we have the sign over there, how long we have to keep the sign over there? Like, can we remove that if there's some pushback from the community? Can we remove that after a certain period of time?
yes, that's precisely what I was just discussing, was the amendment to the charter in, I believe it's 571A, sub 2, don't quote me. But it authorizes the City of Vancouver to, the Council of the City of Vancouver by a 2/3 vote of council to remove any sign that is rendered non-conforming. The peculiarity here would be that you would enact the bylaw to allow the billboard sign on the rooftop, or the rooftop sign, and then you would have to repeal it. And then 5 years later, it could be removed. It must be non-conforming for a period of at least 5 years to remove it. That's what the city did over a long period of time to remove rooftop signs. They made them unlawful, and then they ordered them removed. And as I said earlier, we went to the Court of Appeal on that in 2001, and it was found not to violate the freedom of expression as guaranteed by the Charter of Rights.
I see. Thanks, Grant. One more question. So how many units in the SRO building?
I don't have that information on hand right now,
Okay.
but
Do we know how many units will be affected?
there are, I mean, from the presentation, there's at least 10 to 12 windows towards that sign.
Okay, I was there during the weekend. I think there are 6 or 8,
Mhm.
and the other windows facing
Yeah.
the other direction.
Those ones are, yes, facing
Okay,
another.
but either way, so what are our mitigation strategies for the SRO building to make sure there's no visual cluttering?
Well, the applicant is proposing to turn off the sign at a certain point at night.
Yeah.
But city staff are saying that even outside of those hours, depending on the time of the year, there's still some impact to those residents because they're directly facing the sign.
Okay, I'm thinking about like installation of the blinds or curtains. Is that something we can consider?
I don't think we can,
Okay,
yeah, we can,
why we?
I believe, yeah, I'll have to look into that, but I don't think we can order another property to do something for this sign. Is that,
Yeah, I don't think we have the ability to.
we don't have that ability?
Compel landowners to install blinds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. I have a couple follow-up questions about this as well. And one of them is, and you sort of spoke to this around timing in the Granville public process that we're in right now. If council were to disagree with the staff recommendations, suggest that this sign go ahead, and then in the larger public process we're in, there's a decision that it doesn't fit, or that building chain gets rezoned in a year or whatever else, I guess I assume it costs a lot of money to build what looks like a pretty large fancy sign on the top of this pretty old building downtown. What are there any guarantees for them about how long it stays? It seems like a pretty, I guess it seems like if we're preempting this public discussion and the decision could change, that we're.
I believe the applicant should sort of address that. I believe Grant mentioned that there's a 5-year period where council can, if a sign is standing there, yeah, for 5 years, then something can be done for removal of it. But otherwise, if you approve it and it's erected, it's there.
Okay, and just to clarify, the public benefit of including this sign would just be that 10% of time that the city can use for advertising on the sign?
That's the proposal, but yeah, can be negotiated.
Okay. I'll leave it there. I have lots of thoughts, but none of them are questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Excuse me. The applicant is here and the applicant's entitled to speak to this.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so
I will hold until we hear from them.
thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And I am on the queue to ask questions of the applicant. So if that would be, is that in order to do that now?
That's a very good question. No. We'll go through. Okay. This is a very unique situation. It will be very clear in a couple of minutes. Okay, so we're going to skip Councillor Dominato for this point in time. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if this is the right time now, based upon the fact we haven't heard from the applicant, but I do have an amendment to table, but I
think this is not the right time.
Okay, so we'll wait for that.
Hold that thought.
Very good.
Okay, so now, seeing that there's no one, just check all the other queues here. Okay, seeing that no one else is in the queue, the applicant is here to speak on that item. And before we move to the applicant, I suggest that we move a motion to suspend the rules of section 7.5A of the procedure bylaw to allow the applicant of this item unlimited speaking time and unlimited time for councillors to ask questions of the applicant. Oh, hold on. There's more. This accommodation, this is a weird one, or different one. This accommodation is recommended for report 3 only as the signed bylaw amendment process is not a typical agenda item. This motion would require a 2/3 affirmative vote of council and is not debatable as per section 5.5 of the procedure bylaw. So can we have someone move that motion? Thank you, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say aye. Great, all those opposed say nay. Great, that motion passes. So just to be very clear, unlimited time for the applicant to speak and unlimited time for questions. Yep. Yeah. So are you moving a motion? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we have Councillor Dominato first, then Councillor Kirby-Young. Sorry, my bad. Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Well, I'd be happy to move to extend to hear the applicant and Q&A on that portion and come back after in camera.
Okay. So then do we put that motion?
It's a motion I'm tabling.
Okay,
It's
so
to extend
we have a seconder and then we'll have discussion.
beyond noon to hear the applicant only and entertain questions.
Okay, so can we have a seconder for that motion? Great. Is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young, did you want to discuss that point or?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was actually on the queue to be a little bolder and move that we complete the business so that we don't have to come back and we don't have that much left. And unless people think this is going to take a lot of time, because then we are done and we can release staff for the day and we don't have to come back and reconvene after in camera. So I was hoping that we could move to complete the business.
Okay, so now we have to go into the amendment queue to motion to extend. Is that correct, clerk? Okay, so Councillor, can you please go in the amendment queue for a sec? Amendment 1, Okay, so the amendment is to get through the business of this report. So can we please,
Business of this report, but to complete the business for council today.
to complete the business of council today? Okay. So do we
Includes
have a
bylaws.
seconder? So Councillor Joe, is there any discussion on that? And, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, can I skip through you? Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Normally, I would be happy to support that, but we do have guests here from the Toronto Metropolitan University that are joining us at lunch, and so I'm not confident we're going to make it through all the business in 20 minutes, given that we have the applicant amendments, and then we still have other business as well, new business and other items and inquiries. So I'm not supportive at this time in light of the fact that we do have guests for lunch.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
I'll be supporting Councillor Kirby-Young's decision or move to try and get through the council business. A number of us have to leave to participate in an event after in camera, and that would not leave us any time if we had to come back. So I'd like to try and get this business completed, and hopefully we can be efficient with our questions to the proponent. Thank you.
Okay, so that being said, we are now going to put the amended motion per Councillor Kirby-Young to a vote. Can we just do ayes and nays? Is that right? Great. Okay, so basically, Councillor Kirby-Young's motion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, we're going to go to a vote screen. Okay, so the motion passes with, no. Oh, we need a 2/3. We need 2/3 to extend past noon? Really? No, sorry. Are we sure about that? I'm. Thirds. All right. So the motion does not pass. Wait, hold on. Let's do the math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-4. Request to speak, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I just wonder if we could be advised which point in the procedure bylaw that is. I thought it was only a 2/3 if we extended into the past 10 o'clock in the evening for decision making. Can we just get the procedure bylaw section?
Sure, Councillor, it's section 2.8 of the procedure bylaw. So each meeting must recess or adjourn at noon unless council resolves to extend the meeting by 2/3 vote of members present. And then for past 10 p.m., it's unanimous. Sorry, for the purpose of debate and decision, it's unanimous.
Does that make sense? Okay, so so that motion fails. Back to the original motion to extend. Okay. Would someone like to second that motion? Great. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. That motion carries. Thank you. All right. Where are we? Councillor Kirby-Young, you're in the, nope, we're good. Okay. All right. Can we please hear from the applicant?
Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Steve Wallowich. I'm the Senior Director of Real Estate for Outfront Media, and I am the applicant acting on behalf of the property owners in this application. I'm a little bit embarrassed. I don't know the procedures. This is a new bylaw amendment. We try and pick our projects very carefully. There's a lot of merit for why we think this project should be supported. I'm a little confused because none of our submission seems to be attached for your consideration. And I'm just wondering, do you have the submission that we've made? Do you have the letter of support from the Downtown BIA? Do you have our rationale? Do you have the design element that speaks to a roof sign that, all right, are those materials part of this consideration today?
Yeah, so if you want to just go through your presentation, then council will ask questions of you on that.
Okay. It's a little difficult without having the material to present to you, but I can try and speak to it, and then hopefully you can look at the design element that we proposed. The unique thing about this property is it is a one-story building, and it is backed up by several larger buildings down the street. And the reason why we think a roof sign should be considered here is that it actually elevates the height of the building and equalizes the skyline. There would be no difference between building the sign on the roof versus building the sign on the wall of the neighboring property. And the interesting thing is that this property actually used to have a roof sign, so there's some historical merit to restoring the sign or the building. There are a few other things that were discussed today by staff. There was a 10% space allocation that we had proposed to the city, but we're not sold out. The sign is unfortunately never sold out, and we also promote and do a lot of charitable type messaging on our sign as well. But there is a strong chance that if the city had community messaging, events that they wanted to promote, that that 10% could be more than 10%, because as I say, we're not always sold out. There are economics to operating a sign such as this. It's a very expensive digital type display, high resolution, and we've also proposed a very unique design element. So we are somewhat limited to how much space we can give away without the economics, with maintaining a viable business opportunity. I'm really challenged here to present. I wasn't expecting to present today, and I just assumed that the submission that we had made to the city would be part of this process. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. So we do have Councillor Dominato.
Thanks. And I appreciate, I think we're learning as we go here in terms of the process. Just a couple of quick questions. You will have heard the comments from councillors and questions from councillors about would Outfront entertain additional advertising time for the city, the BIA, for community groups, arts and culture, beyond the 10%, that's the minimum. So I'm curious if you would comment on that as well. I think there was a question from my colleague, Councillor Montague, about more profit sharing models. Would Outfront be prepared to engage our staff in discussions around a slightly different model, given that this is outside the bylaw provisions at this time?
Yes, we would certainly be prepared to discuss that. The 10% allocation is a guaranteed allocation, but as I say, there's certainly opportunities for additional time on the board when we're not posting paying clients. The other thing I wanted, sorry, I'm dry mouth. The other thing I wanted to discuss or mention today is there was concern with respect to the illumination into nearby residential use. The sign is operated in brightness levels in relation to the ambient light levels, so it won't increase what is already a very bright area. But we have offered to turn the sign off at midnight, and I think that should resolve any concerns with neighboring residential use. I've actually heard that it would possibly be of benefit to have the sign on after midnight, and it's certainly possible that if the city wanted to remind people to drive safe on their way home after midnight, they could do that. The sign would be there.
I have one more question on that subject. I thought I had read 10 p.m., but and I could double check the report that might be off at 10 p.m. But that was my other question is around lighting. So there's issue of, around residences, but also the subject that was raised around traffic and distraction. Is there a way to adjust the lighting in such a fashion that it would not necessarily be as much of a distraction for drivers? Because that was a question or concern that was raised. And again, recognizing there are other billboards and moving billboards that we have in the city when you're driving. So can the lighting be adjusted?
Yeah, the brightness levels are adjusted throughout the day in relation to the ambient light levels. So during bright sunlight, the sign would operate near capacity, but at night it operates at 5%, 3% of capacity. So the sign is also, we're just posting static typed messages only, and they rotate once every 8 to 10 seconds. So driver distraction, there's no motion, there's no video, there's very little driver distraction to concern yourself with.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, very quick question. So out of the 10% or whatever the percentage is in the future, are you willing to provide more hours during the peak time of the day to the city of Vancouver?
I believe that the rotation of your guaranteed space allocation would be throughout the day, would be during all parts of the day and the night. There wouldn't be, you wouldn't be limited to your messages being displayed at a certain period of time. So you will receive equal exposure on the sign with your community messaging and whatever you wanted to promote on the sign. And I think that this is a unique area with its own unique sign bylaw. And our vision was that this should be a Granville gateway sign to help people brand and people identify this very special area of Vancouver.
Okay, that's all my question. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, hi. So I'm going to take this in a different direction, and I'm going to preface it by saying my personal journey to city councillor started when my friend was hit and ultimately lost his life thanks to a distracted driver. So I take the issue of the proximity within our guidelines, 5 meters from the traffic sign. Seriously, this is a large illuminated sign, and I know that Outlook has the ability to make raised sign armature type things and do it all the time with the billboards that are quite high up. And recognizing that the one that was referenced earlier at Robson and Granville starts at the 4th floor. So it's pretty high up and well distanced and probably within the 15 meters that we contemplate. Why hasn't Outlook provided kind of an opportunity to look at this, respecting those existing kind of safety bylaws that we have in place and make a raised sign rather than just on the rooftop?
I think there's a few things to consider. One, I would suggest to you that a sign that requires that you look further away from the road is more of a distraction than a sign that is in your line of sight. The sign is also much smaller than the 2 signs that are located at Granville and Robson. I think that they're identical type of situation layout as far as vehicular traffic. And I don't think that there's been any concerns. That sign was actually approved at Granville and Robson, were smaller horizontal type displays, and it came back to council, and there was an approval granted to make them bigger to a vertical format. So, it's one of the things that led us to believe that this area, which is largely pedestrian, this would be a unique opportunity where such a sign would make sense. And
so what you're saying is that you don't think a raised sign that would be meeting our safety requirements of 15 meters from a traffic light wouldn't make sense from a marketing perspective, or?
There are lots of studies that have been done related to signs and traffic safety. We also operate the street furniture program in the city of Vancouver, and we have digital transit shelters right next to the road that Digital signs are located all across Canada in close proximity to the roadways, and I think that over the years since signage has been developed and evolved in Canada, it's become quite evident and clear that the distraction level from a sign does not necessarily relate to driver distraction. And I'm terribly sorry that there was an accident and a death, and I certainly, wouldn't. I appreciate that, but
Not related to signs, just to be clear. It was distracted driving, but
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, there's probably more chance that somebody's reaching for a coffee or doing something in their car that would be far more driver distracting than a sign.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. That's my time anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue for questions. Won't we, oh, sorry, Councillor Klassen.
So we're completed with the speaking to the proponent, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay, then I would like to move an amendment.
That's right. So I have to wait, Councillor Klassen. I think what we're doing now is we are thanking the speaker. Thank you very much. And then we are going to have a motion to recess for lunch. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. Right. So can we get a motion to recess and then reconvene? Sorry? Sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah. Can we please get a motion to recess? Oh, we don't? Oh, great. Awesome. Great. So let's go for lunch then. And we'll be in camera at 1 o'clock, and then we'll be back at the chamber at 3 o'clock. started again. Is that fine? All right. So clerk, we don't need roll call again, but I think some people are calling in. So would it be appropriate to do a roll or just to see who's online? Okay. Right. Pardon? Okay. Whoops. Sorry, I'm just having some computer difficulties here. Give me 1 second. Here, is there someone who wants to put a motion forward?
Happy to move the recommendation, Mayor.
Chair, this is Councillor Klassen.
Sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. We have people in. Sorry, I have people in the queue here. Do I have to go through that? Oh no. Okay, got it. Okay. Little rusty here. That last one was a very bizarre one. Okay, so we have a motion that I think was Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Carr. So is there any discussion on this? And Councillor Klassen, I have you first in the queue.
Yeah, thanks very much. And unfortunately, my X panel is not working, so I'll need vote assist. Essentially, I have submitted an amendment to this item. So I'm just wondering if you could bring that up, please.
Okay, so can I please get, do you need a vote, some help? Can we go to the amendment queue, please?
Oh, you know what I need? I have to get my, it's my Cisco.
Yeah, we're just gonna, we're waiting for the amendment.
Chair, if you just want to let me, if the amendment is up there, I'd be pleased to speak about it.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, I just wanted to table an amendment here for my fellow council members to take a look at. It essentially asks us to refer this motion and come back by the end of January with after some discussions with the proponent to see if we can expand and extend the amount of donated time for advertising on this sign. So essentially, it is a recommendation to explore whether we can go from the current proposed 10% upwards of 25%. Again, these are just targets that we are setting through this amendment. But we can ask staff to go back to the proponent and see if they'd be willing to offer us some additional time in return for going forward with this amendment to the sign bylaw.
Okay. And so
Mayor, it's Councillor Kirby Young. Can I be added to the queue? I don't
you're
have a panel.
you're actually right after Councillor Clausen. So
Oh, okay. Great.
you're on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I really appreciate sort of the thoughtful consideration by Councillor Clausen and looking at the opportunity to provide additional public benefit. I have, I guess, I get a bit of the perspective of having been on council last term and this one, and know how long we've been advocating for a Granville Street planning process. And that was to be years away with no timeline as to when it might start. And we've now been able to move forward with investing in much needed revitalization of Granville Street. We have a planning process that's actually
Councillor
happening.
Kirby Young. Sorry, can I put you
Yeah.
on pause for 1 sec? We just have to have a seconder for Councillor Clausen's. Great, Councillor Bly seconded. Now discussion, Councillor Kirby Young, you're back up.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a planning process underway now and an expedited planning process. And we heard from staff how important signage and lighting is. I think everybody is acknowledging that to the future of Granville Street. It's part of the famed history. People speak fondly about the neon. We're seeing from early public engagement, there's a real enthusiasm and excitement about bringing neon back. I remember last term being on council when the Hotel Belmont came forward for a sign exemption for an individual business. That's different than what we're talking about here today. Than looking at third-party advertising opportunities. And that to me really fit with the past history and the future vision of the street to have a neon sign that didn't pass, unfortunately. I think that would have been a great addition. But now I'm hearing from staff that we have this process and we're going to have by Q3 next year, which is only not that many months after January when this amendment asks for a, sort of coming back with looking at options, but we're going to have a robust signage and lighting guidelines for the area. And I think there might be opportunity for broader public benefit there, whether it's time or revenue share, as we have with providers like Outfront that provide the street furniture and other advertising across the city. So I think that energy and revitalization is definitely the way to go. I'm looking forward to modernized and updated signage guidelines. I think everybody's concurring with that. I really want to see the emphasis be on signage for the individual businesses to make it an energetic and vibrant and creative space. But I feel like the timeline is really close here. Staff are going to bring back a robust policy. It's been a long time in the works. I will be the first to admit that. To have much needed updates to the signage bylaws, particularly for this neighborhood, but I feel like we're quite close there. And I would prefer to wait to get that comprehensive piece back so that we can also consider things like gateway signage into kind of the Granville kind of key points of entry, of which I think this can be considered one of them. So that would be my preference, is to support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm going to speak against this amendment. I support fully the staff recommendation. And I'm going to speak against the amendment on the first case, or the first point, entirely in line with Councillor Kirby Young. We have a public process. It is reaching its conclusion. I don't think it's smart for City Council to put in place something that would have to get somehow grandfathered in or dealt with in some way that preempts that process. And I think that we need to proceed with that, get the public input. We're very close. Like Councillor Kirby Young, I would love to see the revitalization of Granville. I loved going down there as a teenager with all the movie theater neon signs. I'm not against those neon signs, but I am really against this particular sign. And the reason why I am against this sign, not only because it preempts due process, but also because I'm probably maybe the only councillor that uses Smythe every single day to get home. And it is one of the most treacherous streets to actually drive down for several reasons. Number one, it's packed with people. It's a one-way. It's one way that people get into the West End. They also get turning back onto Georgia and then over the Lions Gate Bridge. People are also using it to get up and then over the Granville Street Bridge or the Burrard Bridge. It is full of people who are merging from the left, from the right. In the middle of the streets, they are merging from lane to lane to either get into a turn lane one way or a turn lane the other way. It is an extremely dangerous street. And Councillor Fry's already talked about Baby Ocean with somebody who just, because people are constantly also running reds and parked in the middle of intersections because the traffic is backed up. This is not a street to put a distractive electronic video sign on. And I really plead with you as fellow councillors to think about public safety when you are making this. I trust the process that staff is going through and will bring back to us where signs can be, what kinds of signs, with understanding public safety at the heart of those kinds of decisions in the public realm.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, similar to Councillor Carr, I'm not prepared to support this amendment and do support the staff recommendations here. I'm just going to read a quick excerpt from the Traffic Injury Prevention Journal, which talks about electronic billboards. And specifically, compared to regular traffic signs, drivers look at digital billboards for significantly longer than traditional billboards. It's not a flaw in their design, it's intentional. Manufacturers and advertisers aim to draw motorists' attention using eye-catching pictures that can be either static, dynamic, full motion. These purposely eye-catching designs take drivers off the road for longer than 2 seconds, often in a long single glance. While this might seem like a relatively short period of time, researchers have found that glancing away from the road for as little as 2 seconds doubles your chance of causing a crash. We've talked about Baby Ocean. We've talked about the merging traffic. We've peripherally glanced upon the notion that Granville Street is a very busy pedestrian street with folks in various stages of intoxication. Jaywalking is pretty prevalent around there. And I have to support staff's recommendations when they talk about putting a large digital billboard 15 meters away from a street traffic light. That doesn't seem too onerous an ask, and certainly it's been accommodated at the Winners site at Robson and Granville on the northeast corner, and it works fine and presumably is not the same level of distraction. So I would prefer to defer to staff's wisdom on this and the existing policy, and look forward to a fulsome Granville Street strategy report back that might consider how we could accommodate this kind of signage. I don't have a problem with digital signage per se, but I think on a one-story rooftop right next to a busy one-way street, that is arguably in conflict with the traffic signal light, I'd rather defer on the side of caution, and I don't think that any extra kickback would accommodate the impacts on public safety potentially, just for one traffic injury or fatality. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief in the interest of time. I am going to support Councillor Clausen's amendment. I appreciate, as some have noted, that there is a planning process underway. However, it is within the purview of this council still to make decisions ahead of that. It has been a long time coming to have updates to the sign bylaw. What I think is important is when we have this discussion around the community benefits agreement that can accompany these, that we do hear back from the applicant around the opportunity for greater public benefit in terms of both for the city, for the BIA, for community organizations that want to either advertise, showcase some of their work. And I heard from other jurisdictions that it can be done with arts. For example, we have the International Film Festival right now. We have arts festivals. There's ways to utilize this space for that purpose as well. And I understand as well, height could potentially be addressed as well if that was an issue. So I'm looking forward to a report back from staff on what this might present. And so I will be supporting the amendment.
Very much. Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just been sort of listening to the comments from others, and I appreciate all the remarks that have been made here. I like Councillor Dominato, I see an opportunity here. Truthfully, we know that first of all, our processes for planning inevitably do take some months and some years before we see any sort of significant change in the streetscape there. And when I think about the area that we're at, that particular location, from the materials that were sent to us from the proponent, has had some form of signage. That building itself is looks like it's over 100 years old. I don't think that building is going to be long for the world, knowing how our city is being revitalized with some new development, and Granville is certainly going to be an attractive place where we're going to see a lot more of that. But I also just want to sort of speak generally to the fact that it is so hard to communicate with the public these days on a broad range of issues. We know that that advertising, traditional forms of advertising, are going down and being less regarded by especially younger audiences. It is a very vibrant corner, and we can see that throughout the sort of evening and throughout the day. It's a very vibrant part of the city. I think it's a great opportunity for us to be able to communicate. And if we just took even just the existing agreement that would sort of be standard to 10%, we'd be looking at about 1.7 hours per day of actual screen time for City of Vancouver's use that would allow us to promote the Granville planning process, would allow us to engage with the public on important arts and cultural things that we are getting behind, and promote them and let the public know about them. And so I do think if you look at other jurisdictions, I mean, we're not, going down the road of being Times Square necessarily, but we know that these kinds of areas do attract signage. They attract signage for video presentations. Sometimes they'll stream a major game, like a World Cup or something like that. That's a possibility that people might gather there. And of course, it's an intersection that where essentially normal vehicles are not allowed to travel north, just buses and taxi cab, as far as I know. So it will kind of limit the amount of that everybody has to come to a full stop at that intersection and turn left because of Smythe Street turning north. So I think that this is an opportunity for us to sort of now start looking at these modern signage that are energy efficient. We have the ability to reduce the number of hours of it to later in the evening. We can negotiate that as well. As much as I do love the old neon signage,
Councillor Klassen, you're at time.
I'm at time. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, we will put Councillor Klassen's amendment to a vote.
Sorry, Mayor, can I have a vote assist? I don't have a panel.
Yep. And by the way,
Opposed?
just a reminder that for any council member whose video is disabled, you will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. And Councillor Kirby-Young, did you want to vote in favor or opposition?
Opposed, please.
Opposed? Great.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, and the amendment passes with Councillors Carr, Kirby-Young, Boyle, and Fry in opposition, and Councillor Meisner away on a leave of absence. Okay. So now let's go to the report. Councillor Klassen, you're in the queue.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm concluded. That's fine. Thanks very much.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Carr?
Well, just to say I'm disappointed in the result of the amendment vote, and I really am concerned about public safety on this one. So, of course, I'll be voting no against the motion.
Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will now put the report number 3, as amended, to a vote.
Can I have a vote assist in favor, or sorry, opposed, Mayor? Thank you.
Okay. Great. And so the report as amended passes with Councillors Carr, Kirby-Young, Boyle, and Fry in opposition, and Councillor Meisner absent. Okay. So the next item on the docket is the referral report, but that has been withdrawn. And so now we're into bylaws. Yeah. And bylaw 1 has been withdrawn as well. Okay, so that being said, we now have 14 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw number 6 is from the public hearing of July the 5th, July 5th, 21st and 26th of 2022. Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time and need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. However, on July the 25th, 2023, Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, and Joe advised that they had reviewed the proceedings and would therefore be voting on the enactment. I have not reviewed, so I will not be voting. Bylaw number 8 is from the public hearing of October the 14th, 2021. Councillors Bly and Dominato were absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time and need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. However, on July the 25th, 2023, Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, and Joe advised that they had reviewed the proceedings and would therefore be voting on the enactment. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato? Okay, and I have not, and I will not. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 2 through 15? Okay, Councillor Carr, is there a seconder? Councillor Dominato, thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? No. All right. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Notices of council member motions. Are there notices of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? I would like to remind council that due to the amendment to the procedure bylaw, members' motions will be placed on standing committee agendas. Reminder, to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title via email to the city clerk. And so, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a notice of motion for the October 18th Standing Committee meeting entitled Preserving Vancouver's Leadership in the Creative, Climate, and Clean Tech Sectors and Strengthening Local Economic Development. I'll circulate it by email as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Do I have to seat the chair? No? Great. I won't. Okay, I have one as well. I'd like to provide notice of motion for a motion titled Accelerating Housing Delivery Through Transformative Change for the Standing Committee meeting on Wednesday, October the 18th. Great. Anyone else? No? Okay. New business. We have one item of new business on the agenda. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dominato. Okay, thank you. We have one item of new business on the agenda today. Requests for leaves of absence as follows. Councillor Joe, for personal reasons, for meetings on October the 4th, 2023 from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Councillor Meisner, for civic business, from meetings on October the 3rd, 2023 from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Would someone like to move a motion? Great, thank you, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Carr. Thank you. Council, is there any discussion? No. Great. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. And Council, are there any other items of new business? And Councillor Dominato, I think you have one.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a number of LOAs to move. I'll just list the dates. October 4th, 5 p.m. onwards for personal business. October 5th, 6 p.m. onwards for civic business. October 11th, 5 p.m. onwards for personal business. October 26th, 6 p.m. onwards for civic business. And November 2nd, 6 p.m. onwards for civic business.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen?
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to also list off a number of LOAs, most of which I note are on during meeting reserve, but October 4th, 6 p.m. onwards for personal business, October 5th, 6 p.m. onwards for civic business, October 12th, 6 p.m. onwards for personal business, October 18th, 5 p.m. onwards for civic business,
October 26th, 6 p.m. onwards for civic business, October 31st from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. for civic business, and November 2nd from 6 p.m. onwards for civic business.
Great. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, can we please get a seconder? Great. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say
Aye.
nay. Great, the motion carries. Seeing no one else in the queue, we are now into inquiries and other matters. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters? Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. Just for the record, wanted to let everybody know that I think that the Union of BC Municipalities meetings were really, really good. Staff support was very welcome. Very pleased to see Councillor Fry elected as the second or one of two representatives for the Metro Van region to well, it's up to the Fraser Valley. It's a long area, big area, Lower Mainland, to the board of the UBCM, and that the motions that we forwarded from council passed there and passed handily. I also want to thank the ministers and the ministerial staff from the province of BC for meeting with us. We had a lot of meetings, and they took a lot of time to go through items with us. There's a number of other items, though, that I have inquiries about, and that rise out of conversations with the public at Car Free Days and primarily. And so here, I've got three of them to relay. One is a number of people who are very concerned about the increasing number of very noisy late at night cars on Pacific Boulevard. And we're wondering if there is any way that there can be fines that can be levied by the VPD against those cars. And so just an inquiry about that.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Happy to follow up with the VPD, get an answer for you on that.
Excellent, thank you. My second is around noisy sirens. And these would be emergency vehicles, which I'm just relaying on the part of public, but the concern in very dense residential areas about the increased number of sirens, of course, responding to the increased number of calls.
Yes, happy to follow up. I know we've provided information to council in the past on that. There are regulations that emergency services are required to follow when they're responding to emergencies. So there's limits to what we can do there. I know that they will, for example, where traffic is impeding progress for police or ambulance, fire in particular, they will turn off their sirens for periods of time while they're waiting for the traffic to clear. But I'm happy to follow up with the restrictions there. I think the bottom line is there isn't a ton we can do, and certainly as the city becomes more dense, appreciate those issues for sure.
Thank you. I would appreciate that report back because I've had some emails about that too. So thank you. Then I can forward that information from staff. The third is a number of people, especially these questions came up at the Car Free Day on Denman regarding the West End plan, the implementation of a new complex with the library, the high school, the community center, and any kind of timing on the on when that might happen. And I know we've had that discussion at council, but I would like to have some report back that I can provide to those individuals who have asked.
Sure. So there are a couple of facets to that, Councillor. One, of course, is the replacement of the high school because that is a shared site with the VSB. There isn't money in the current capital plan for replacement, kind of to start construction. But yeah, we can certainly follow up with an update on where that's at. But it will be in future capital plans.
Yeah, I understand that. Would appreciate that, though, sent to us. Thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have two inquiries, and the first is to the city manager here. I'm wondering if council can get some more information on plans to open more winter shelters this year, and in addition to that, if there are plans or what options exist for opening those shelters earlier in the year, given the displacement of people in tents and the real lack of places for people to go as it starts to feel pretty chilly this fall.
Certainly, yeah, we can provide council with an update on kind of what the
plan is looking like for this winter around shelters as well as our warming centers that the city operates. Happy to do that.
Okay. And my second inquiry is actually through to you, Mayor, or your team, which is just that in the motion that Council passed unanimously about addressing inequities experienced in South Vancouver, there was an actionable part of the motion that was asking the Mayor's office to write a letter to the province about a number of concerns. And I've had some questions from the Neighborhood House and others about whether that letter's been written and sent and if they could get a copy.
Yes, it has been written and sent, and yes, you can get a copy.
Okay, and maybe if it could be practice for letters that are written on behalf of council like that to just be circulated to all of us once they're sent, then I don't have to bug you about it, and we just get to see it.
That is a very fair comment. So
Great, thanks.
sorry we didn't get that to you, and
No problem.
that will happen.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mayor. Likewise, I have a few questions through you to the city manager. The first one is looking for a further update on the renaming of Trutch Street. I know it's in the works and we're working closely with Musqueam, but do we have a sense of when that will be complete?
We don't have a specific timeline right now, Councillor. As you indicate, that is work that's underway with the Musqueam. I'm happy to follow up to see if there's any new indication around that. Last information we had is that process is still ongoing and we didn't have a definitive timeline, but I'm happy to follow up.
Okay, thank you. And then just two more items. One, looking for a report back, could be via memo, is recently, as some read, there was a significant collision with a home at McGill and Caslow. It was a drunk driver evading an RCMP roadblock in North Vancouver and hit a house and displaced, I think, 2 families there. Similarly, a couple of years ago, going the other direction, there was a drunk driver that hit a parked vehicle in front of a home. And there's roughly somewhere in the range of 25 collisions at the intersections of Penticton and Caslow. I'm curious if engineering could report back on any mitigation efforts. It's within the neighborhood. It's sort of viewed as the Autobahn because of the travel to the bridge and the freeway. VPD does often do speed checks, but I'm curious if there's any other efforts or considerations underway in terms of engineering and VPD to look at speed along that corridor.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, we can report back on that.
Thank you. And then lastly, I just wanted to do a small shout out and recognition to our clerk, Katrina Lekovic, who is back from maternity leave. Not to put you on spot, but it's really great to see you back in council chambers. And so welcome back. That was it. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Claassen.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the city manager, just a couple of things. On Sunday, it was the International Day of Older Persons, as recognized by the United Nations, and I know that the City of Vancouver put out some communications as well. I just wanted to see if it would be possible to get an update on the council direction around age-friendly cities that was passed I think early or late last year or early this year, and so I just would like just a memo to update us on the status of that work.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. For sure, we can follow up on that.
Secondly, thanks very much. And just the second question to you through the chair. Just been getting some inquiries about scooters or micromobility devices that are kind of winding up on sidewalks and some that are speeding at quite a pace. And there are some close calls in terms of people potentially getting hit by them. I'm just wondering if we have any existing guidelines around the use of those types of vehicles. I know that we're looking at potentially having public service at some point, but I just wanted to find out what we have because these vehicles are certainly a lot more popular now and becoming more present. Just would maybe we get a little information back on how we can manage the speeds and prevent accidents.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So the city is currently participating in a pilot that the province has opened up regarding the legalization of these devices on streets. So yes, there are regulations governing where and how they can be used. We can follow up with more detail around that. Enforcement is the responsibility of the VPD. So I can seek an update from them as well in terms of any activities they're undertaking in that regard.
Very good. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, may we have a motion to adjourn this meeting? Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Carr. Thank all those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say
Yay.
nay. Great. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.